What if the brightest light is born from the darkest shadow? In an ancient cosmos where power, loyalty, and betrayal dance a precarious waltz, one being dared to challenge the divine order. His name, a whisper that echoes through the ages, Lucifer. As heavens trembled and the foundations of paradise quaked, a fire ignited within him, a fierce yearning that would shatter the very fabric of creation. Beneath the radiant arches of heaven, where joy once reigned and angels sang in harmonious glory, the tension simmered like a brewing storm. Lucifer, the morning star, once adorned with ethereal beauty, surveyed his dominion with a longing that twisted like a serpent within him. The reverberations of discontent rippled through the celestial choir, thickening the air with an ominous anticipation. How could one so glorious feel so confined? The answer lay hidden in the shadows of his heart, where the embers of rebellion sparked and flickered, demanding to be seen. As whispers of discontent turned into resounding roars, a pivotal choice loomed before him: loyalty to the Creator or loyalty to the self. The angels, bound by the chains of their own devotion, stood oblivious, unaware that their world would soon fracture into chaos. The veil of serenity concealed the brewing storm. It was a time when divine order would be pitted against unyielding desire. Would faith withstand the test of ambition, or would it crumble beneath the weight of Lucifer's incandescent pride? Moments before the cataclysm, the air crackled with an unspoken challenge. The throne, once a seat of unparalleled authority, now felt like a prison to Lucifer. He gazed upon the unyielding light of his Creator, the juxtaposition of majesty and suffocation, a heart both full of love and heavy with strain. With every heartbeat, the distance between them grew, igniting a perilous spark that would set the cosmos ablaze. A pivotal confrontation awaited, an epic clash of wills that would echo through eternity. As the legions of angels rallied behind their sovereign, the stakes spiraled into an abyss of uncertainty. The silence of heaven was deafening, interrupted only by the sound of a single heartbeat, a heartbeat that belonged not to the Creator, but to the one who would dare to question him. Amidst this celestial impasse, visions of rebellion unfurled like dark wings, casting long shadows over creation. Would the light of rebellion illuminate the truth, or would it plunge the heavens into eternal night? The moment hung suspended, charged with a tension so thick it could be cut with a knife. All eyes were fixed on the morning star, the harbinger of an uprising that would alter the fate of the universe forever. As the first words of defiance hung heavy in the air, a question lingered. Was freedom worth the price of exile? The outcome rested on the edge of a blade, teetering between divine love and the thirst for autonomy. The cosmos awaited, breath held. For the ancient tale of Lucifer was about to unfold, a story steeped in betrayal, ambition, and the relentless pursuit of identity. In the beginning, before time spun its intricate web, there was a light so pure that it seemed to hum with energy. It filled the vast expanse of the celestial realm, a dazzling tapestry woven with the threads of creation. In that sacred space, where harmony reigned supreme, a figure emerged, a being of unparalleled beauty and intellect, radiant against the backdrop of eternity. This being was known as Lucifer, the Lightbringer, a name whispered with both reverence and trepidation. Lucifer stood among the celestial hosts, a congregation of angels whose voices blended in a symphony of praise. They shimmered in the glow of divine light, their wings unfurling like petals of the most exquisite flower. But it was Lucifer who captivated all, not just for his stunning appearance but for the brilliance of his mind. He was a spark of creativity, a flame of insight in a world that thrived on harmony. From the very moment of his creation, he was a paradox, an embodiment of perfection with the seed of ambition nestled deep within his heart. Every note of the angelic choir resonated with adoration for the Creator. They sang of the wonders of existence, the stars, the planets, and the delicate balance of life. Lucifer reveled in this harmony, yet, beneath the surface, the currents of discontent began to stir. He questioned not the Creator's power but the rigid confines of obedience that bound him and his kin. Was it not their right to explore the boundaries of their existence, to understand, to know, and to push against the limits enforced upon them. As days turned into eons, the celestial realm appeared flawless, its luminosity casting shadows of uncertainty within Lucifer's mind. He would gaze upon the shimmering cosmos, feeling the pull of uncharted territories, worlds yet to be formed. Yet, the whispers of doubt within him grew louder, echoing in the silence of his heart. Why must we remain in the light when there is so much more beyond it? He pondered. The other angels sensed the shift. Michael, the steadfast protector of heaven, watched with a frown as Lucifer's brilliance morphed into something else. An insatiable thirst for knowledge, a desire that could not be quenched by mere obedience. He approached Lucifer, concern etched across his serene face. "Brother, do not let your ambition cloud the light within you. We are meant to serve, to love. The Creator has a purpose for us." But Lucifer, with a heart ablaze, could not accept the notion of mere servitude. What is freedom if not the right to choose? To question? He countered, his voice a blend of passion and sorrow. The other angels whispered among themselves, the tension palpable in the air. How could such beauty and light harbor such darkness? The celestial realm, once a haven, began to feel like a gilded cage. Lucifer stood tall among the throng, his wings glistening with celestial dust, yet his heart was heavy. He began to rally those who shared his vision, those who dared to dream of more than the Creator's design. They formed a small cadre within the greater assembly, united by a desire for knowledge and understanding. They spoke of the stars, of the mysteries that lay beyond their sight, of the beauty of choice. One fateful day, as the sun dipped below the horizon of the ethereal world, Lucifer gathered his followers. The twilight of creation cast a haunting glow around them, illuminating their faces with both hope and trepidation. "We are more than mere reflections of his will," he proclaimed, his voice echoing through the celestial halls. "We are created in his image. Should we not strive to understand the full scope of our being? We can become more than this, more than just servants." The air crackled with energy and electric tension that surged through the assembly. The angels who had once sung in harmony found themselves caught in the web of Lucifer's fervor. Some were inspired, their wings trembling with excitement. Others recoiled, horrified at the idea of rebellion against the Creator. The celestial choir began to split, a rift forming within the once unified chorus of voices. As the days unfolded, the tension between Lucifer and the Creator grew. The Lightbringer, with the charisma of a star, began to pose challenges that shook the very foundation of their existence. He questioned, he prodded, he ignited the flames of curiosity. In his mind, a revolution was brewing, one that promised to tear down the boundaries of light and embrace the shadows. But the Creator, aware of the brewing storm, called upon his archangels to confront Lucifer. Michael stood before the throne, his presence a symbol of unwavering loyalty. "You must see reason, Lucifer," he implored. "You are the brightest among us, yet your lust for knowledge blinds you. Do not forsake the love that binds us." In that moment, the tension became a living thing, thrumming with anticipation. Lucifer's heart raced. He saw not just a battle of wills, but a clash of destinies. Would he bow to the will of the Creator, or would he rise above, claiming his own path? The choice loomed before him, tantalizing and terrifying. With a voice that trembled with conviction, Lucifer replied, "I will not be restricted by fear. Knowledge is the light that will guide us through the darkness." The archangels gasped. It was a declaration, a battle cry echoing through time and space. In that moment, the celestial realm shifted, and the harmony began to fracture, sending reverberations through the very fabric of existence. The celestial host divided, some standing firmly with Lucifer, others rallying behind Michael. An impending confrontation loomed on the horizon, the stakes higher than ever before. The battle between light and dark, freedom and obedience, knowledge and faith was not just a fight for power. It was a fight for the very essence of being. As the echoes of their voices filled the celestial expanse, the stars flickered in apprehension, and the universe seemed to hold its breath. This was not merely a conflict. It was the dawn of a new era, one that would forever alter the fate of the celestial realm and the beings that inhabited it. The rift had widened, and the stage was set for a confrontation that would not only decide the fate of Lucifer but would echo throughout eternity, reverberating in the hearts of those who dared to dream, to question, and to believe. The sky was thick with a bruised twilight, as the last rays of sunlight flickered out like a dying candle. A soft breeze whispered through the ancient trees, rustling leaves that had witnessed centuries of hope and despair. In that fleeting moment, a figure stood beneath the sprawling oak, eyes lifted to the heavens, where the distant stars began to twinkle like scattered diamonds. This figure was not just a mere mortal. They were a seeker of truths long buried in the sands of time, yearning to understand the elusive nature of divine beings that flutter just beyond the veil of human perception. Throughout history, angels have been woven into the very fabric of human belief, shimmering like threads of gold in the tapestry of faith. From the cool, shadowed corners of ancient temples to the splendor of grand cathedrals, the presence of angels has inspired awe and reverence. They are not just messengers. They are guardians, warriors, and guides, holding a crucial place in the divine hierarchy that governs both heaven and earth. It is said that each angel has a distinct purpose, a role that is as sacred as the stars themselves. Consider the seraphim, those radiant beings who soar closest to the throne of the Almighty. Their fiery wings and passionate cries echo through the corridors of time, igniting the hearts of the faithful with fervent love and devotion. In the book of Isaiah, we glimpse their majestic form, singing praises that resonate with the very essence of existence. The seraphim are the embodiment of divine love, untainted and pure, urging humanity to reach for the heavens, to aspire to something greater. Then there are the cherubim, often depicted as playful, winged children, yet their role is far more profound. They are the keepers of sacred knowledge, guardians of profound mysteries that even the wisest among us may never fully comprehend. Their symbolism stretches back to the ancient Sumerians, who revered these celestial beings as protectors of wisdom and enlightenment. Imagine the moment when Moses descended from Mount Sinai, his face aglow with divine light, the cherubim watching over, ensuring that the secrets of the universe remained untarnished by human folly. In their presence, seekers of truth find solace, a reminder that understanding is always within reach, albeit sometimes obscured by the clouds of doubt. As the night deepened, shadows danced in the flickering torchlight, and the seeker felt a rush of emotions, each more potent than the last. The archangels stood tall in the heavenly hierarchy, a triad of power and purpose. Michael, the warrior, with his sword gleaming like a beacon of hope, battles the forces of darkness. His name means "who is like God," and in his presence, one can find courage to face their fears, to stand tall against the tides of despair. Legends swirl around him, tales of victories won and battles fought, each a testament to the unwavering strength that flows through his mighty wings. Gabriel, the messenger, with his gentle demeanor and serene presence, carries the whispers of the divine. He doesn't just deliver messages. He ignites the spark of creativity within the hearts of artists, poets, and dreamers. His trumpet sounds like a distant echo, calling forth the light of inspiration, urging humanity to create, to love, and to live fully. The stories of his visits to the likes of Mary and Zechariah resonate through generations, illuminating the path of faith with the glow of divine promise. Raphael, the healer, stands as a symbol of compassion and restoration. His gentle touch mends broken spirits and brings solace to the weary. In medieval texts, he is described as the angel who walked among us, guiding travelers and the sick, a reminder that divine help is often just a prayer away. The very essence of hope flows through Raphael, bringing peace to those engulfed in turmoil, a light that shines brightly in the darkest of nights. Yet, the hierarchy does not end there. Below the archangels, the angels of the choirs, thrones, dominions, virtues, each play their part in a grand cosmic symphony. They weave the intricate designs of fate, ensuring that every note played in the orchestration of life contributes to the greater good. The thrones, wise and steadfast, support the divine order, while the dominions govern the celestial duties of angels, making sure the divine will is executed flawlessly. But as the seeker stood there, mouth agape at the sheer magnitude of the angelic hierarchy, a chilling thought crept into their heart. If angels had such power and grace, what of the darker forces that linger in the shadows, waiting for the light to falter? The whispers of fallen angels, those who once soared high among the celestial spheres, now cast a long shadow over humanity. They serve as a grim reminder that the universe is a delicate balance between good and evil, light and darkness. The history of fallen angels is a haunting one, filled with rebellion and sorrow. Lucifer, the brightest among them, was cast from grace for his pride, a tragic tale that reverberates through the ages. In the fires of despair, he became a symbol of what happens when one seeks to ascend beyond their rightful place. The weight of his fall echoes, reminding humanity that the quest for power can lead to ruinous consequences. The tension between the celestial and the terrestrial hangs thick in the air, and the seeker shivers at the thought of the unseen battles waged for the souls of mortals. Yet amid this turmoil, hope flickers like a candle in the night. The angels, despite their roles in the divine hierarchy, are ever watchful, ever present in the lives of those who seek them. History is littered with stories of miraculous interventions, moments when the hand of an angel has guided a lost soul home. Whether it's a whisper in the dark, a sudden rush of warmth during a moment of despair, or the unmistakable feeling of being watched over, the divine beings stand ready to help those who call out for guidance. The air crackled with energy as the seeker felt the thin veil between worlds ripple gently, sensing the presence of those celestial guardians. With every heartbeat, the realization dawned. Angels do not merely exist in distant realms. They are intricately woven into the very fabric of human existence. They are the silent witnesses of our struggles, the gentle nudges toward the right path, and the warm embraces that bring comfort in times of need. As the seeker took a deep breath, feeling the night around them pulse with a vibrant energy, a sudden movement in the shadows caught their attention. A figure emerged, cloaked in shimmering light, their wings unfurling like a sunrise breaking through the dark. A sense of urgency filled the air, and the seeker knew that the next chapter in this unfolding saga of divine hierarchy was about to begin. As the boundaries of the earthly realm and the celestial world danced tantalizingly close together, ready to reveal the mysteries that lay beyond. Above the shimmering gates of heaven, a whisper curled like smoke, weaving through the ethereal light and the harmonious songs of angels. It was a murmur that ignited a flame in the hearts of those who dared to listen, a call to something far more powerful than mere obedience. This was the moment when seeds of rebellion began to sprout, nourished by doubt and ambition, threatening to shatter the tranquility of the celestial realm. Lucifer, the brightest of all the angels, stood at the edge of the divine order. His radiant wings shimmered like silver against the backdrop of gold, but within him churned a tempest of feelings that no amount of love or praise could soothe. He watched as lesser beings bowed in reverence, their eyes glazed with awe, while he felt a disquieting knot tightening in his chest. Why should he be the only one surrounded by such splendor, confined to a role that felt like a gilded cage? As he turned from the crystal walls, whispering voices echoed in the depths of his mind, planting thoughts that twisted like roots around his heart. "Why must you serve?" they suggested, soft yet insistent. "You are more than this. You are destined for greatness." The allure of power tugged at him, and the song of the heavens began to sound like chains rather than anthems. With each passing eon, the tension grew, a potent mix of pride and envy. The other angels sensed it, but few dared to confront Lucifer. They felt his struggle and watched as shadows crept into his once bright spirit. In clandestine gatherings, angels exchanged glances filled with uncertainty and fear. What if their beloved morning star turned against the very fabric of their existence? A silence settled over the courts of heaven, thick and suffocating, as rumors of discontent began to spread like wildfire. Lucifer sought solace among the stars, staring into the abyss that lay beyond golden gates. It was in that darkness that he found a strange comfort, a stark contrast to the relentless light of his home. Here, surrounded by the vastness of the universe, he began to dream. What if he could take the very essence of creation and mold it to his will? What if the laws that governed heaven could be rewritten? The more he pondered, the more intoxicating it became, the thrill of envisioning an existence where he reigned supreme. Then came the fateful day when he dared to voice his thoughts among those who felt the same stirring in their souls. A gathering of the brightest minds, those who shared his vision of change. "Why do we submit to a structure that binds us?" he proclaimed, his voice a melody laced with passion. "We were made to shine, to rule, not to serve. We can create a new order, one where we are free." Excitement rippled through the crowd, igniting a spark in some, but anxiety gripped others. From the shadows, one angel stepped forward, her wings a cascade of shimmering colors. "Lucifer, you speak of freedom, but at what cost? The balance we maintain is sacred." Her name was Zaphiel, and her heart was heavy with concern. "Do not let ambition consume you. We are meant to guide, not to govern." Yet, even as she spoke, doubt crept into her own heart. What if Lucifer was right? The seeds of rebellion had taken root, and soon the whispers grew louder, echoing through the halls of heaven. A faction began to form, drawn by the fervor of their leader. They were the fallen, those touched by the fire of ambition yet haunted by the prospect of loss. Together, they plotted, not in the dark corners of secrecy, but in open defiance of the divine order, their voices rising in a symphony of dissent. As days turned into weeks, darkness gathered like storm clouds, ready to unleash a tempest. The archangel Michael, the staunch defender of harmony, sensed the shift in the winds. His heart ached at the thought of a brother-turned-adversary, yet he knew his duty lay in preserving balance. "We must confront this insurrection," he urged the council of angels. "If we allow it to fester, we risk losing everything." But the council hesitated, caught in a web of loyalty to Lucifer and fear of conflict. The tension mounted, a taut string ready to snap. How could they stand against the brilliance of their beloved morning star? The thought of him turning against them sent chills down their spines. Yet the thought of inaction was a weight they could not bear. As the first signs of rebellion emerged, angelic ranks splitting, loyalists clashing with dissenters, Lucifer felt a sense of exhilaration mixed with dread. The battle was both external and internal, a struggle against the very nature of what it meant to be. "This is just the beginning," he murmured, staring into the chaos with a mix of anticipation and fear. Then came the night that changed everything. A celestial meeting was called, but it was not to reaffirm their bonds. It was a reckoning. Angels gathered, their faces a mosaic of uncertainty and determination. On one side stood Lucifer and his followers, their hearts beating like war drums. On the other side stood Michael, resolute, a bastion against the tide of rebellion. The air crackled with tension, as if the very fabric of heaven was about to tear. "Choose your path," Michael declared, his voice steady yet filled with sorrow. "Will you fight for chaos, or will you uphold the light?" Lucifer stepped forward, his voice rising above the murmurs. "I choose freedom. Why are we shackled by rules that serve only to suppress us? I will not bow to a throne built on obedience." And with that proclamation, the atmosphere shifted, a palpable tension thickening the air. The angels, caught between loyalty and desire, felt their very souls being pulled apart. Would they follow their leader into the unknown, or would they stand firm against the tide of change? The choice hung heavily, an unbreakable bond tethered by love yet frayed by ambition. As the celestial conflict loomed, the stars above dimmed, sensing the storm brewing below. With hearts pounding in unison, the angels prepared for what lay ahead, a conflict that would change the heavens forever. Their wings fluttered in anticipation, ready to either protect what they loved or to embrace the rebellion that had taken root in their hearts. The night grew darker, and the celestial war drums began to sound, echoing through the heavens like distant thunder. The time for choosing was upon them. A fierce silence hung in the air, like the calm before a storm. The rustle of angelic wings became an ominous whisper, echoing through the vast heavenly expanse. Beneath the radiant glow of the celestial lights, a shadow loomed, a presence that threatened to unravel the very fabric of divine order. This was the moment when paradise trembled, when the harmony of the heavens began to shatter. It started with curiosity, an innocent glimmer in the eye of the archangel Lucifer. He stood tall, his wings shimmering with ethereal light, radiating beauty and power. Yet beneath that glorious exterior flickered a rebellious thought, a spark ignited by pride that twisted the very core of his being. "Why must I be content with mere servitude?" he pondered, glancing up at the throne that belonged to the Almighty. "Why must I always bow?" The other angels watched, wide-eyed and breathless, as Lucifer's heart began to sway. Was it vanity that drove him, or a yearning for freedom? The whispers of dissent wafted through the halls of heaven, a melodic yet unsettling refrain that captivated the hearts of many. Each note of doubt danced in the minds of the faithful, sowing seeds of rebellion in a place that had known only love and devotion. With each passing moment, the tension grew. In a secluded corner of the heavens, Lucifer gathered his followers, the beautiful seraphim who had once soared beside him, loyal and unwavering. "Why should we worship when we could reign?" he challenged, his voice a silken thread that wove through their thoughts. The air crackled with excitement, electric and charged, as they hung on his every word. What if we could rise up and take our rightful place beside him? The inner conflict rippled through the heavenly halls as angels turned to one another, their eyes glistening with the allure of rebellion. Doubt morphed into desire, and the very essence of celestial peace began to fray at the edges. The chorus of the faithful grew softer, drowned out by the rising tide of ambition and longing. It was a rebellion formed not from hatred, but from a twisted sense of justice. "We are strong. We are beautiful. Why should we be less than him?" The words rolled like thunder, echoing off the walls of paradise. The followers of Lucifer, seduced by his radiant charisma, nodded in agreement. For many, the thrill of what could be overshadowed the love they once held for the Creator. Yet, in the midst of this brewing storm, a voice of reason arose. The Archangel Michael, stalwart and brave, stood firm against the tide of insurrection. "Do not be deceived," he implored, his voice steady. "We were made to serve, to love. Rebellion will only lead to sorrow." But the whispers of discord had taken root, and his words fell on deaf ears. The day of reckoning dawned, painted in shades of despair and defiance. The heavens themselves seemed to shudder as Lucifer and his followers took their stand, challenging the very foundation of creation. The celestial city, once a sanctuary of light, transformed into a battleground, with angels on either side, a rift that threatened to tear apart the unity of creation. The clash began with a harmony turned cacophony. The beauty of angelic voices rose to a fever pitch, mingling with the cries of rebellion. It was a battle not only of might but also of faith, a war fought in the very essence of being. Michael rallied the loyalists, a steadfast beacon against the encroaching darkness, while Lucifer, with eyes alight with fervor, led his followers into the fray, casting aside the love they once cherished. Blazing swords glinted in the celestial light as the two sides clashed, the very air thick with tension. The sound of wings beating against the backdrop of chaos was deafening. Each slash and parry resonated not just with physical force but with the weight of countless hearts. Hearts torn between loyalty and longing, love and ambition. In the heat of battle, some angels faltered, their resolve shaken. They looked back at the throne, at the joy and peace that had filled their existence before this turmoil. Memories flooded their minds, and for a brief moment, the allure of rebellion dulled. But the pressing power of Lucifer's words grasped at their souls, reminding them of their aspirations for something greater. As the war raged on, the skies darkened, suffused with a mix of fury and sorrow. The clash of wills echoed like a haunting melody, a symphony of betrayal and shattered dreams. The brilliance of heaven, once so radiant, flickered ominously as the two factions fought desperately for the fate of existence. But in the midst of the chaos, something remarkable began to unfold. A few brave souls, caught in the storm, began to awaken. They realized that the true essence of their being was not in rebellion but in love and service. These angels, fighting against the tide, joined Michael, their eyes filled with determination. "We must remember who we are," they cried out, their voices ringing with urgency. And so the tide began to turn. The warriors of light rallied, their hearts beating as one, a crescendo of hope igniting against the encroaching darkness. The fabric of reality itself seemed to shift as the loyalists surged forward, their conviction strong and unyielding. But as the battle reached its climax, and the very stars trembled in anticipation, Lucifer stood resolute. His eyes burned with an unquenchable fire, a mixture of anger and desperation. "This is not the end. You cannot silence us," he roared, his voice echoing through every corner of the celestial realm. As the final moments of the confrontation approached, the heavens held their breath, waiting for the next strike, for the next wave that could either restore harmony or plunge them into eternal chaos. The outcome remained uncertain, a fragile balance teetering on the edge of fate. And in that charged silence, even the angels knew that the war was only just beginning. The shimmering light of heaven flickered like a candle caught in a sudden gust of wind. It was a realm of pure brilliance, where joy and peace reigned supreme. Yet, beneath the silken surface of this celestial haven, a storm was brewing, a conflict that would shake the very foundations of existence. In the midst of unending praise and adoration, Lucifer stood tall, a figure of unmatched beauty and intellect. With wings that stretched across the skies, he was the morning star, the one favored by the Creator himself. The whispers of his heart, however, were growing darker. As he gazed upon the glory of heaven, a flicker of discontent began to smolder within him. The other angels sang praises, their voices rising in a harmonious symphony. But in Lucifer's mind, a different melody played, a haunting tune of rebellion. He was not just a servant. He was a being of light, deserving of worship. Thoughts twisted like vines around his heart, filling him with a sense of entitlement. "Why should I not be adored?" he pondered, his mind racing. Among the choir of angels, Michael stood as the embodiment of loyalty and strength, his sword always ready, a constant reminder of order. He sensed the shift, the tension hanging thick in the air, like an ominous cloud before a storm. The whispers of Lucifer's heart had reached the ears of the Almighty, who watched with a heavy heart. Love and justice were at odds, each demanding a voice in this celestial court. Days turned into weeks, and the rift grew wider. Lucifer's fervor transformed into open defiance. He gathered his followers, angels once filled with devotion who now found themselves entranced by the allure of his vision. A vision of a new order, where they could reign alongside the Creator rather than under him. The thrill of rebellion flowed through them like wildfire, each heart beating faster with the promise of newfound power. One fateful day, Lucifer stood before his gathered brethren, the light of heaven swirling around him, casting shadows on his face. "Brothers and sisters," he called out, his voice smooth as silk, yet laced with an unmistakable edge. "Why should we bow to mere creation when we can become creators ourselves? We are not lesser beings. We can rise to the heights of divinity." The crowd murmured, caught in the almost magical pull of his words. Hearts raced with possibility. "Freedom! Power!" they shouted, their voices echoing through the halls of heaven. But Michael stepped forward, his expression stern, his resolve unyielding. "Lucifer, you tread a dangerous path. You risk everything for the sake of pride. The Creator's love is not a burden. It is a gift. Do you choose to turn away from it?" In that moment, the air crackled with tension. The angels divided, some drawn to Lucifer's promise of power, others clinging to the warmth of Michael's unwavering faith. A dark storm of emotions brewed, each side poised for a clash that would echo through eternity. Lucifer glared at Michael, a mixture of anger and betrayal twisting his features. "You will see, brother." Mary's journey was one of courage. She was a woman who dared to step into the light, shining brightly even when the darkness threatened to consume her. This was a heart-stirring reminder of the complexities of identity, as the name Magdalene, became synonymous with defiance and strength in the face of adversity. In the years that followed her life, the name would weave itself into art, literature, and theology. Painters drew her likeness with vibrant colors, capturing the essence of her spirit, the sorrow in her eyes, the determination in her stance. Writers penned poems that echoed her struggles, while theologians debated her role in the story of Christ. The name became a vessel through which countless interpretations flowed, each reflecting the fears, hopes, and aspirations of those who spoke it. Amidst the fiery debates and the adoration, a profound truth began to emerge. Mary Magdalene was not merely a character in a story. She was a symbol, a voice for the voiceless. That this was no simple disagreement. It was a declaration of war. With a surge of raw energy, the rebellion erupted. Light clashed against light as Lucifer and his followers rose against the faithful. The battle was not just physical. It was a clash of ideologies, a fight for the very soul of heaven. Angels fell, not just from the skies but from grace, their wings torn asunder by the weight of betrayal. The cries of the faithful and the rebellious intermingled, creating a cacophony of anguish and fury. In the midst of the chaos, Michael raised his sword higher, the pure light emanating from it pushing back against the encroaching darkness. "You will not prevail, Lucifer. Love cannot be defeated by hatred," he cried, his voice ringing with the strength of truth. But Lucifer, consumed by his rage, surged forward, a tempest of darkness charging against the light. In that climactic moment, the skies above them roared with the fury of angels clashing, a celestial storm born from the hearts of those who had once sung harmoniously. The fabric of heaven trembled, and the ground shook beneath their feet. The Creator watched, heartbroken, as his children chose to tear each other apart. Lucifer's fury reached its peak, and as he faced Michael, a moment of silence fell between them. Time seemed to freeze as they stood on the precipice of fate. "You will fall, and I will rise," he shouted, unleashing a wave of dark energy that surged through the air. Michael met the attack with his sword, a blinding flash of light illuminating the darkness. The clash sent shockwaves through the realm, scattering angels like leaves in a storm. And then, in an instant, all was still. The Creator's voice thundered through the silence, more powerful than any storm. "Lucifer, you have forfeited your place in heaven. Your pride has led to your downfall." The words struck like lightning, piercing the hearts of those who stood by, both fearful and awed. Lucifer, eyes blazing with defiance, realized the gravity of his choice. The light around him dimmed, and the heavenly chorus fell silent. A profound emptiness surrounded him as the weight of his rebellion took hold. With a swift motion, the Creator cast Lucifer out, a brilliant flash of light that seared through the darkness. In that very moment, Lucifer felt himself being torn away, the realm of light slipping from his grasp. His followers, bewildered and stricken with despair, saw their leader plummet, their wings faltering as they witnessed the truth unfold. The whispers of doubt now echoed louder than ever, and in that moment of betrayal, the bond of brotherhood shattered. As Lucifer fell from grace, the echoes of his cries reverberated through the heavens and the earth, a testament to the consequence of pride and ambition. An endless void opened beneath him, swallowing his brilliance, and the light of heaven faded away. The darkness wrapped around him like a shroud, and with each passing moment, he was left with nothing but the remnants of his ambition. And so began the saga of the fallen angel, a tale that would ripple through the ages, a continuous reminder of the price of rebellion. The echoes of that celestial battle would haunt the halls of heaven and the hearts of mortals for eternity, as the light dimmed and the shadows grew long. With every heartbeat, the tension of that moment lived on, a looming specter of a choice made, a path taken, forever entwined with the legacy of what was lost. In the shadowed corners of time, before the whispers of doubt tainted innocence, there existed a being whose very essence breathed purity. This was no ordinary creature. He was a radiant angel, cast from the glow of the heavens. As he glided through the ethereal realms, he was known as Lucifer, the light-bearer. His brilliance was unmatched, drawing admiration and awe from all who beheld him. But beneath the surface of his luminous charm, a tempest brewed. The celestial choir sang praises, their voices soaring high above the clouds. Yet in the depths of Lucifer's heart, a flicker of discontent began to spark. The very light that had defined him now felt suffocating. He was not merely a servant. He was more than that. The throne of God loomed above him, and with each note of reverence directed toward the Almighty, his heart thudded with a growing resentment. Why should he be a mere reflection of glory when he, too, could wear the crown? The other angels danced in harmony, blissfully unaware of the storm that raged within their once-beloved companion. The realms of heaven were vibrant, filled with love and joy, yet something darker began to stain the purity of that celestial domain. It was a subtle change, like a shadow creeping across a sunlit field, and it was Lucifer who felt it first. His beauty morphed into something sharper, something that hinted at bitterness. As he spread his brilliant wings, shimmering with the colors of dawn, whispers began to circulate among the other angels. "Have you seen how he glances at the throne?" One would say, eyes wide with disbelief. "He seeks more than just to serve." Another would murmur, fear threading through their voices like a dark vine wrapping around a tree. They watched as Lucifer's once glorious light began to flicker, a dimming star in the vast expanse of heaven. In secret, he gathered allies, those who also felt the constraints of servitude. "Why should we bow?" he declared, his voice a seductive melody, wrapping around the hearts of those yearning for more. "We, too, are made of the same celestial fabric. We deserve to ascend, to reign." His words struck a chord, igniting a fire in the hearts of his followers. Their wings, once mere extensions of their being, transformed into banners of rebellion. With each passing day, the rift grew wider. The tension in heaven crackled like an impending storm, and the Almighty watched with a heavy heart. The moment arrived when the clash of ideals turned into a battle for supremacy. Angels who once sang in harmony now found themselves divided, gathering in groups, their eyes alight with fervor and fear. The clash between light and darkness was not merely a physical struggle. It was a battle of wills, an echo of ambition that would forever alter the course of eternity. As the echoes of war reverberated through the celestial halls, Lucifer took on a new guise. The light that had once shone so brightly around him began to twist, a darkness emerging like ink spilled across a canvas. He stepped onto the battlefield, where the air was thick with tension, and with a heart hardened by betrayal, he unleashed a torrent of rage. "Why must we be second to anyone? We have the power to create, to lead." The clash was furious. Brightness against shadow, loyalty against freedom. The heavens trembled as that once beautiful light began to fracture. Each clash of wings sent ripples through the skies, each anguished cry resonating within the very fabric of heaven. The loyal angels fought valiantly, guided by the light of their Creator, but the allure of Lucifer's rebellion was intoxicating. It whispered promises of power and autonomy, painting a vision of an existence unshackled from divine authority. As the war waged on, Lucifer's form began to change. The brightness that had once surrounded him faded, making room for a darkness that pulsed with raw energy. His wings, formerly a shimmering white, now darkened to midnight hues, each feather a symbol of his transformation. He was becoming something different, something sinister. The very essence that had once made him the epitome of beauty now morphed into a terrifying grandeur that commanded both fear and awe. The final confrontation erupted in a crescendo of chaos, a cosmic battle of light against dark, love against rebellion. The skies crackled with energy, thunder shaking the very foundations of heaven. Lucifer, now a harbinger of darkness, clashed against the forces loyal to the Almighty. His followers rallied to him, their shouts echoing through the heavens, filled with both defiance and despair. In those moments of chaos, each angel fought not just for survival, but for their beliefs, their vision of an existence free from the confines of obedience. The once sacred halls of heaven became a battleground, stained by the blood of angels who had dared to dream beyond their designated roles. The celestial choir's sweet melodies turned into screams of anguish, a haunting symphony marking the fall of grace. As the battle reached its zenith, the Almighty, with sadness in his heart, intervened. "Lucifer," he called out, his voice resonating through the tumult. "You were created for light, yet you seek to embrace darkness. This will not end well." The words hung in the air, heavy with the weight of truth. But there was no turning back for Lucifer. The darkness had seeped too deeply into his soul, wrapping around him like chains that he both craved and despised. With a final, desperate surge of power, he rose above the chaos, a figure radiating malevolence. "I will not bow," he thundered, and in that moment, he knew he had crossed a line from which there was no return. The light that had once defined him was now a memory, eclipsed by the darkness that had become his essence. He was no longer Lucifer, the light-bearer. He was becoming something much darker, something the world would come to fear and loathe. As the last echoes of the heavenly battle faded into silence, the consequences of their choices began to unfold. The light was extinguished, and in its place, shadows crept forward, heralding the birth of a new era, a time marked by the transformation of a fallen angel into the very embodiment of darkness. A figure once loved, now feared, standing in defiance of the Creator who had given him everything. The veil of silence that followed was deafening, and the ripple of this celestial schism marked the beginning of an age where light and darkness would forever be at odds. In the aftermath, the consequences lingered like a cold chill, whispering of what was lost and what had yet to come. The light was gone, and with it the promise of glory. What remained was an unsettling silence, punctuated by the faintest echoes of rebellion. As Lucifer stood amidst the remnants of the realm he once called home, a chilling certainty settled over him. He was now the ruler in a domain of despair. The transformation was complete. The light-bearer had become the prince of darkness. In a garden so lush it seemed to breathe, where sunlight danced through emerald leaves and the air was sweet with the scent of blooming flowers, two figures walked. Adam and Eve, the first beings, moved with a grace that spoke of purity and innocence. Their laughter echoed through the trees, birds sang their praises, and the soft rustle of the wind seemed to carry the very essence of joy. But beneath this beauty lay a tension that crackled like lightning. A serpent, cunning and sly, slithered silently through the underbrush, its scales glistening like polished jewels under the sun. It watched, waiting, calculating the perfect moment to strike. There was an unspoken understanding in the air, a whisper of fate that had yet to reveal itself. The garden was a paradise, but within it was a single tree that towered above all, its fruit glowing like forbidden treasures. The tree of knowledge stood tall, a sentinel of both wisdom and peril. "Do not touch it," God had commanded, a warning wrapped in love. "For if you eat from it, you will surely die." The words lingered with a weight that settled deep in Adam's heart. Eve, beside him, often gazed at the tree, her curiosity piqued, her mind racing with thoughts of what lay beyond the boundaries set before them. The serpent, with its smooth voice and persuasive charm, approached Eve one fateful afternoon, when the sun was mellowing into a golden hue. "Why is it that you cannot eat from that tree?" it hissed, its tone dripping with intrigue. Eve, startled but captivated, turned to face the creature. "God said we mustn't touch it or we will die," she replied, her voice trembling slightly, rooted in the fear of disobedience. "Is that what he truly meant?" The serpent's words slipped through the air like honey, sweet and dangerous. "You won't die. In fact, God knows that when you eat from it, your eyes will be opened, and you will be like him, knowing good and evil." The weight of those words hung heavily around them. Adam, who was nearby, felt a chill ripple through him as he instinctively turned toward Eve. Her face was a canvas of confusion and desire. What would it mean to understand good and evil? What lay beyond the garden's paradise? Eve took a tentative step toward the tree, her heart pounding in her chest. The fruit gleamed like a forbidden star, promising wisdom and power. It was beautiful, undeniably so. The serpent coiled itself around the trunk, urging her. "You will never be the same again. Imagine knowing everything, seeing the world through the lens of a god." Adam watched her, a silent struggle brewing inside him. to follow God's command or to stay beside his beloved. Eve's hand, trembling with uncertainty, reached out. The air thickened with tension as if the very universe held its breath. The serpent waited, its gaze unblinking, a predator at the edge of a trap. With a pulse of defiance, Eve plucked the fruit from the tree. In that moment, the garden seemed to shudder. The sun dimmed for a heartbeat, shadows lengthening as if time itself was bending. She took a bite, juice spilling down her chin like molten gold. The sweetness burst on her tongue, igniting a fire in her soul. "What have you done?" Adam's voice was a whisper, filled with disbelief. But Eve, lost in the ecstasy of knowledge, handed him the fruit, her eyes sparkling with reckless ambition. "Taste it, Adam. We cannot be children forever." With a heavy heart, Adam took the fruit, the weight of his decision pressing down like a mountain. He bit into it and the world exploded. Colors swirled, sounds amplified, and suddenly, he was awake. But with that awakening came a wave of confusion and shame, an overwhelming flood of emotions that cast shadows where once there was only light. As they stood there, the garden transformed around them. The laughter of the birds ceased, replaced by an eerie silence. The warmth of the sun turned cold, and the once vibrant colors faded into muted tones. They looked at each other, wide-eyed, the realization dawning upon them like a dark cloud rolling in. They were exposed, stripped of innocence, their once innocent hearts now heavy with the weight of knowledge. In a panic, they hurried to hide themselves among the trees, fashioning leaves to cover their shame. But the shame was rooted deeper than skin. They had crossed a boundary, a line drawn by the Creator. The garden, once a sanctuary, now felt like a prison of their making. There was no going back. They had tasted the fruit, the forbidden knowledge, and it was entwined with their very beings. As twilight descended, the voice of God echoed through the garden, a sound that sent shivers through their spines. "Where are you?" he called, and the weight of his inquiry crushed them. They trembled, knowing they could no longer stand in his presence as they once did. They had become something else, fearful, ashamed, aware of their own existence in a way they had never experienced before. "Did you eat from the tree I commanded you not to eat from?" His voice held a calmness that belied the storm of emotions swirling within. Adam, his voice faltering, stammered out an answer that was part truth and part blame. "The woman you put here with me, she gave me fruit from the tree and I ate." "Eve, what have you done?" God's gaze turned to her, and the weight of her own choices pressed down like an anchor. "The serpent deceived me, and I ate." The words fell from her lips, a desperate attempt to shift blame. But in that moment, she realized the futility of her defense. They were both ensnared in a web of their own making. The serpent watched, its eyes glimmering with a mix of satisfaction and cunning. The garden had changed, the air thick with consequences. The first sin had taken root, and the world would never be the same again. Adam and Eve stood on the precipice of a new reality, the thrill of knowledge clashing with the agony of loss. As the sky darkened, shadows crept into the corners of their hearts, and they knew that while they had gained wisdom, they had also lost their home, their innocence, and their peace. The serpent coiled in the darkness, a silent witness to the irreversible change, and in that garden, paradise turned to desolation, setting in motion the story of humanity, one of hope, suffering, and the relentless pursuit of redemption. A chilling wind swept through the autumn night, rustling the dying leaves like whispers of forgotten souls. It was a perfect evening for stories that curled your spine and made your heart race. In a small, dimly lit room, shadows danced on the walls as the flickering candlelight revealed the faces of those gathered, each one marked by an insatiable curiosity about the darker corners of the human soul. They had come to ponder an age-old question: what is evil? Among them was an old man, his eyes alive with a flickering spark. He had seen the world through the lens of history, witnessing the rise and fall of empires, and he leaned forward, eager to share his wisdom. "Evil," he rasped, "is not a mere absence of good. It's a force, a palpable energy that can bind itself to the hearts of men." Images flashed through the minds of his audience. the burning of witches in Salem, the horrors of the Holocaust, and the unspeakable atrocities committed in the name of power. Each event was a testament to the darkness lurking within humanity. It was here, in this space of shared fear and fascination, that the old man's words took root. He spoke of Plato, who viewed evil as a kind of ignorance. For Plato, the truly evil acts stemmed from a lack of knowledge, a blindness that kept one from understanding the good. But how many had acted knowingly with malice in their hearts? The crowd held their breath, recalling figures like Adolf Hitler, who orchestrated genocide with chilling clarity. Was ignorance truly the root of evil, or did something much deeper lie beneath? As the night deepened, the old man shifted to Aristotle, who had a different take. He believed that evil arises from a failure of virtue, a distortion of one's moral compass. Imagine a man, he said, who begins with small lies. At first, they seem harmless, but those little fragments of deceit slowly twist his soul until it becomes unrecognizable. The audience shivered, understanding how easily one could slip into the abyss. They felt the tremors of fear as they considered their own choices, wondering how easily they could stray from the path of goodness. Then came the echoes of the Enlightenment, where thinkers like Immanuel Kant posited that evil was rooted in man's autonomy, the ability to choose freely. Yet, what happens when that freedom is wielded as a weapon? As the old man shared the tale of the French Revolution, blood spilling in the name of liberty, the audience felt their hearts race. People who had once fought for justice became tyrants, drowning their ideals in rivers of blood. What a thin veil separates the noble from the monstrous. The flickering candlelight cast long shadows as he delved into existentialist thought, particularly the ideas of Jean-Paul Sartre, who claimed that evil arises when individuals refuse to take responsibility for their actions. To act is to choose, he intoned, his voice filled with gravity. And to choose is to accept the weight of your decisions. Each listener squirmed in their seat, that weight pressing down on them as they considered their own lives. Had they ever shied away from responsibility? Had they ever let complacency lead them into moral decay? A sudden gust of wind rattled the window, raising goosebumps on their arms, as the old man recalled the depths of human depravity observed in the darkest chapters of history. The atrocities of slavery, the brutalities of war, and the quiet complicity of ordinary people haunted their thoughts. They felt an unease settle in their chests, as if the ghosts of the past were watching them, demanding an accounting for their own choices. But there was more to uncover. The old man shifted gears, speaking of the philosophical battle between good and evil, a conflict that ran through the works of Friedrich Nietzsche. His audacious proclamation that God is dead stirred the audience, forcing them to grapple with the implications. If there was no moral absolute, if the universe was indifferent, could evil be anything more than subjective? The room felt electric, the shadows swirling as if alive, as the listeners wrestled with this unsettling notion. As the night pressed on, the conversation turned to the psychological aspects of evil, drawing on the works of thinkers like Hannah Arendt, who famously remarked upon the banality of evil. Her reflections on Adolf Eichmann, a man who executed orders without a glimmer of remorse, made the air thick with tension. The audience shivered at the thought that evil could wear the face of an ordinary person, functioning within the machinery of society, just like any one of them. The question gnawed at them. Could they, too, become complicit in a system far greater than themselves? The room felt stifling as the old man recounted the famous Milgram experiments, where ordinary people inflicted pain upon others under the guise of authority. Gasps echoed in the air, each listener battling their own morality as they pondered how easily they might yield to pressure. The line between good and evil became a haunting blur, a spiral of uncertainty that left them breathless. As the candle flickered one last time, casting the room into a momentary darkness, the old man's voice dropped to a whisper. "Evil thrives in silence," he said, the gravity of his words wrapping around them like a shroud. "It lurks in the shadows, waiting for the moment when we choose to look away." The listeners felt the weight of those words, a chilling reminder that the nature of evil is not just a philosophical puzzle to be debated. It lives within them, waiting for a chance to emerge. And as the candle burned low, the darkness outside seemed to close in, as if the very world was holding its breath, waiting for the next act of defiance or submission. The old man paused, the flickering light illuminating the furrowed brows and wide eyes of his captivated audience. They were left on a precipice, teetering between understanding and dread. What would the dawn reveal? Would they emerge as warriors for good, or would they succumb to the seductive call of the abyss? As he leaned back, the tension hung in the air like a fragile thread, ready to snap. The night was far from over, and the haunting question of evil lingered, echoing through their minds and hearts as they prepared for the next discovery, a journey into the very essence of human choice. In the flickering light of oil lamps, shadows danced across the clay walls of ancient Mesopotamian homes, whispering secrets of a world where the unseen intertwined with the seen. A chill settled in the air as the people of Ur and Babylon went about their lives, blissfully unaware that a dark force loomed just beyond their comprehension, weaving a tapestry of influence that would shape their very souls. Lucifer, a name that rang with both horror and fascination, was understood differently in this land of rivers and dreams. He was not merely a figure of evil but a bearer of light, a symbol of rebellion against the oppressive weight of fate. In a society that revered the gods, where kings ruled by divine right and priests interpreted the will of the heavens, the allure of this fallen star rested in its promise of knowledge and freedom. As the sun dipped behind the ziggurats, casting long shadows over the city, the high priests gathered in the sacred temples. They spoke in hushed tones, their words steeped in ancient rituals, offering sacrifices to deities who demanded unwavering loyalty. Yet, among them, a flicker of doubt smoldered. What if true enlightenment lay not in submission but in rebellion? What if, like Lucifer, they could cast off the chains of divine decree? In the markets of Babylon, merchants hawked their wares, silks that shimmered like starlight, and spices that whispered of far-off lands. But even here, the influence of the Lightbringer could be felt. The people spoke in half-formed sentences, their eyes darting about as they shared tales of dreams, of a voice that called them to something greater. They felt the pull of a force that urged them to question, to challenge the status quo. The thrill of forbidden knowledge rippled through the throngs, mingling with the scent of fresh bread and roasted lamb. One evening, under the luminescent glow of the crescent moon, a young scholar named Enlil found himself drawn to an ancient text that had long been buried in the dust of the temple archives. As he brushed away centuries of neglect from the clay tablet, the inscriptions seemed to shimmer, words dancing before his eyes. They spoke of a time when the gods walked among men, and a figure who descended from the heavens, bringing fire and wisdom. It was a tale of defiance, a spark that ignited the fire of revolution within him. Enlil felt a surge of energy as he read, the air thick with possibility. In those moments, he envisioned a world where knowledge was not hoarded by the elite but shared among all. The oppressive weight of tradition felt lighter, and a silent rebellion began to pulse through his veins. What if the story of Lucifer was not one of damnation but of liberation? What if, by embracing this figure of light, they could transform their society? The following night, as gatherings grew in the shadows of the temples, Enlil shared his revelations. A motley crew of artisans, laborers, and scholars huddled around him, their breaths mingling in the cool night air. They listened, captivated, as he spoke of breaking free from the constraints that bound them. The flicker of hope ignited into a flame, a collective yearning for a new dawn that could not be extinguished. Yet danger lurked in the corners of their minds. The priests, guardians of tradition, would not allow such thoughts to fester. They sensed the growing discontent and the subtle influence of Lucifer's allure. They cloaked themselves in the familiar garb of authority, weaving tales of divine retribution, warning of the consequences that awaited those who dared to defy the gods. As the season turned, the tension thickened like the summer heat. Enlil and his followers moved with stealth, gathering more souls to their cause. They met under the cover of night, illuminated only by the stars, their whispers rising like smoke into the sky. The air crackled with excitement as they plotted a future where the chains of oppression would be shattered, where knowledge would flow freely like the Euphrates itself. But shadows grew darker, and with them, the priests' resolve hardened. They employed fear as their weapon, sending their most loyal acolytes to quell the rising tide of rebellion. Spies lurked in every corner, and rumors of betrayal whispered through the streets like a cold wind. Those once united by a dream began to feel the weight of uncertainty pressing down upon them, and doubt crept into even the most courageous hearts. On a night heavy with foreboding, Enlil stood at the edge of the city, overlooking the vast expanse of the fertile plain. The stars shimmered above him, yet a dark cloud seemed to hover, taunting him with its presence. He felt the pulse of his people, their hopes and fears intertwining like the roots of a great tree. What would become of them? Would they fall back into the silence, shackled by the iron grip of tradition? In that moment, a surge of determination washed over him. He would not allow fear to extinguish the flame of rebellion. He thought of Lucifer, of the beauty inherent in defiance, and resolved to embrace that spirit, to harness its power for a greater good. He gathered his courage, a fire igniting in his heart, and prepared to rally his followers once more. The drums of war began to beat, signaling a clash not just of bodies but of beliefs. The night air thrummed with energy as Enlil and his band of dreamers prepared to take a stand. They would not go quietly into the night. They would challenge the darkness that sought to consume them. They would rise like the morning sun, their hearts burning with the light of knowledge and freedom. As the first rays of dawn began to break over Mesopotamia, illuminating the sacred land, the tension hung thick in the air, a prelude to the storm of rebellion that was about to unleash itself. The influence of Lucifer had woven itself into the fabric of their very existence, igniting a fire within that could no longer be contained. The echoes of their thoughts reverberated through the ages, a testament to the eternal struggle between light and darkness, knowledge and ignorance, hope and despair. The story was far from over. It was just beginning. In a world where shadows danced alongside the flicker of firelight, the ancient Persians whispered tales of a cosmic struggle echoing through the ages. It was a time when every heartbeat felt like an echo of something greater, a cosmic clash between light and darkness, good and evil. The very air crackled with anticipation as the followers of Zoroastrianism clung to their beliefs, ensnared in an epic battle that defined their existence. This was no ordinary faith. It was a profound dualism that revealed the universe as a grand stage for a celestial war, where the forces of Ahura Mazda, the wise lord, battled against his eternal counterpart, Ahriman. Ahriman, the embodiment of chaos and destruction, cast a long, dark shadow across the hearts of men. He was more than a mere adversary. He was the essence of every fear, every doubt, and every whisper of despair that wound through the minds of humankind. As the sun rose over the ancient lands of Persia, casting golden rays upon the earth, it also revealed the fear lurking in the depths of the human soul. Each dawn offered a reminder that for every light, there was a dark counterpart, and the struggle between these forces was as real as the blood running through their veins. In the bustling markets of ancient Persia, the people exchanged more than goods. They exchanged stories of the unseen battle that shaped their lives. They spoke of Ahriman's malevolence with hushed tones, recounting how he sowed discord and despair among families, igniting wars and spreading disease. A woman selling fragrant spices would pause, her voice trembling as she recounted how her son had succumbed to a mysterious illness, undoubtedly a curse from the Dark One. The murmurs of fear intertwined with hope as they turned to Ahura Mazda, the beacon of light, praying for protection against the lurking shadows. The images of light and darkness were not mere concepts but palpable forces that influenced every aspect of their lives. The Zoroastrian priests, robed in white, would stand atop sacred hills, their voices rising like smoke to the heavens as they invoked Ahura Mazda's name. They called upon the Creator to safeguard the righteous, to ensure that the flames of truth would burn brightly against the pervasive chill of Ahriman's influence. The air felt thick with an electric tension, as the very fabric of reality hung in the balance, suspended between hope and despair. But this dualism was not just about external battles. It seeped into the hearts of every believer. The struggle against Ahriman was mirrored in the internal conflicts of the soul. Each individual faced the temptation of selfishness, greed, and doubt, the whispers of Ahriman tugging at their consciousness. A young man, caught between his desire for wealth and his yearning for truth, found himself wrestling with the darkness that threatened to consume him. In the quiet of night, he would stare into the abyss of his own fears, feeling Ahriman's pull, sensing the chaos swirling in his mind. It was a battle fought not with swords but with choices, a daily testament to the struggle between good and evil. As dusk fell and darkness crept across the land, the rituals of Zoroastrianism took on an almost palpable urgency. The flicker of the sacred fire illuminated the faces of the gathered faithful, their eyes reflecting both fear and hope. They knew Ahriman was lurking, waiting for a moment of weakness to strike. The air was thick with incense, a fragrant reminder of their prayers rising to Ahura Mazda. Each invocation was a defiance against the dark, a refusal to let fear dictate their lives. They recalled the ancient stories of heroes who stood against the tide of Ahriman's chaos, their sacrifices fueling the flames of courage in the hearts of the people. In those moments, the tension mounted, electrifying the atmosphere. The sacred fire danced with fervor, each flicker reminding them of the eternal struggle. As they chanted prayers, their voices rose in unison, a collective stand against despair. It was a beautiful chaos, a display of faith intertwined with the fear of what awaited them if Ahriman were to gain the upper hand. The concept of dualism in Zoroastrianism was not static. It evolved, intertwining itself with the very essence of human existence. Each belief, each ritual, was a thread woven into the fabric of their lives, creating a tapestry rich with meaning. The notion of Ahriman was not merely an external force but rather a reflection of the struggles within themselves. It was a reminder that darkness was an inseparable part of life, challenging them to rise above it, to choose the light. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows across the land, the tension hung heavy in the air. The fires burned brightly, illuminating the path for those willing to walk it. They knew the battle was far from over. The struggle against Ahriman was an ongoing saga. In every whisper of the wind, in every rustle of leaves, they felt the lingering threat of chaos. Yet, within that fear lay a flicker of resilience, a defiance that pushed them to seek the light even in the darkest of times. And so, the dance between Ahura Mazda and Ahriman continued, a tale as old as time, echoing through the ages. As the night embraced the land, the followers of Zoroastrianism clung tightly to their beliefs, their hearts pounding with the knowledge that the struggle was not just theirs, but a universal journey shared by all of humanity. The shadows may loom, but the light would always be there, ready to guide them through the darkness, igniting a fire within that no Ahriman could extinguish. With every heartbeat, they embraced the fight, knowing that peace was only a prayer away, and the battle was far from its end. In the flickering light of an ancient scroll room, shadows danced across the walls, whispering secrets of a time long past. A figure, cloaked in the dust of ages, unrolled a fragile piece of parchment. The air thickened with anticipation, as if the very fabric of history was holding its breath. This was more than just a document. It was a gateway into a mythos that stirred both fear and fascination. The haunting tale of Lucifer, a name that echoes through centuries, evoking images of rebellion, light, and darkness. The Hebrew Bible, a cornerstone of spiritual thought, barely mentions Lucifer, yet the implications of this name ripple through its pages, inviting interpretations that tantalize the mind. In the book of Isaiah, the name Helel appears, which translates to morning star. This enigmatic moniker belonged to one who sought to rise above, to shine brighter than the celestial bodies. Yet, this very aspiration morphed into a tragic downfall. The story is anchored in the dichotomy of brilliance and despair, a narrative that grips the heart. Imagine the world of ancient Israel, where prophets roamed the land, delivering messages that could ignite hope or instigate fear. The people, with their intricate beliefs woven into the fabric of daily life, grappled with the stark realities of existence. In this world, the idea of a being who fell from grace became a powerful symbol, a metaphor for the struggle between ambition and humility. The simple act of reaching for the stars could lead to ruin. The echoes of this warning passed from generation to generation. As the scribes carefully penned their words, the story of Lucifer became a double-edged sword. To some, he embodied the ultimate rebellion against God, a figure whose pride eclipsed his brilliance. This notion sparked fear, but also a strange admiration. After all, who could condemn the desire to break free from the constraints of divine authority? In the lofty halls of debate, theologians wrestled with the implications, drawing lines between good and evil, obedience and defiance. But lurking in the shadows of interpretation was the possibility of misinterpretation. Through centuries, the term Lucifer transformed, caught in the tides of language and culture. As the Roman Empire spread its influence, the Latin term for morning star was twisted, giving rise to a new understanding that diverged from its Hebrew roots. Misguided perceptions painted Lucifer as a quintessential villain, a master of darkness whose very name ignited fear in the hearts of the faithful. In this twisted narrative, the light-bearer morphed into a creature of pure malevolence, a powerful figure whose charm and allure masked insidious intentions. Yet, the Hebrew Bible held its ground, offering a different lens. The scholars recounted the tale in hushed tones, recognizing that the essence of Hell was not merely about rebellion but about the universal struggle of existence, the quest for identity. Why was Hell cast down? What led to such a dramatic fall from grace? The answers lay not just in the act of defiance but in the journey of self-discovery, a theme that resonates deeply within the human experience. A poignant moment arose when an ancient rabbi, revered for his wisdom, stood before his congregation and spoke of the dangers of misjudgment. To see only darkness in Lucifer is to ignore the light he once bore. His voice quaked with emotion as he recounted the tales of those who had reached for greatness, only to find themselves lost in the void. The congregation listened, rapt, each heart racing with the recognition of both their own ambitions and their fears. As the centuries turned, interpretations continued to swirl like leaves caught in a tempest. The rise of Christianity introduced new dimensions, where Lucifer became synonymous with Satan, the ultimate adversary. This shift in meaning was a seismic event, reshaping narratives and beliefs. Yet, the Hebrew scriptures remained steadfast in their original portrayal, prompting a clash of ideologies that echoed through the ages. In the quiet corners of study halls, scholars debated with fervor. Is Lucifer truly evil? One pondered, a spark of curiosity igniting in his eyes. Another countered, his fall is a warning, yes, but also a reflection of our nature. The room buzzed with tension, each argument building like storm clouds on the horizon, charged with the electric energy of intellectual pursuit. Each scholar, caught in their own battle with the concept, felt a pang of recognition. The struggle of Lucifer mirrored their own. And then came the moment that would haunt the collective memory, the day the scrolls were read aloud in the temple. The words resonated, echoing through the chambers of the faithful. A stillness enveloped them, and for a brief moment, time stood still. The story of Lucifer was not just about a fall but about the choices we make and the consequences that unfold. It was a reminder of the fragility of light and the seductive nature of pride. As the listeners absorbed the tale, a flicker of fear danced in their eyes, mingling with hope. The duality of Lucifer became a mirror, reflecting their aspirations, their fears, their desires to rise above mere mortals. To think that one could challenge the divine and face punishment was terrifying, yet that very act of defiance held a tantalizing allure. In that sacred space, the lines between righteousness and rebellion blurred, creating a tension that lingered long after the scroll was rolled up. Whispers of debate surged forth, twisting and turning like a river finding its path. The story of Lucifer transcended mere interpretation. It became a living entity, evolving through the ages. Each retelling infused the tale with fresh insights and interpretations, as if the very essence of Hell demanded to be understood anew. In the twilight of history, the figure of Lucifer remained etched into the hearts and minds of countless individuals, embodying the eternal struggle against limitations. As the shadows lengthened and the night deepened, the legacy of his tale endured, a testament to the complexities of ambition, the lingering allure of light, and the haunting specter of downfall. In the dim light of an ancient cathedral, the flickering candles cast shadows that danced along the stone walls, whispering secrets of the past. A hush fell over the congregation as a lone figure stepped forward, the rustle of robes breaking the silence like a sudden gust of wind. In that moment, the air thickened with anticipation, for the tale of Lucifer was about to be revealed. A tale that would echo through the corridors of time, igniting both fear and fascination in the hearts of many. Lucifer, the morning star, once stood among the radiant angels, his voice a symphony of beauty and grace. The early church, drawing from scripture and tradition, painted a picture of this celestial being who fell from grace, a figure embodying the struggle between light and darkness. It all began with a single spark of pride, a desire to rise above the very Creator. The echoes of his rebellion rang throughout the ages, a haunting reminder of what can happen when ambition eclipses humility. As centuries rolled on, theologians grappled with the nature of this enigmatic figure. In the vibrant streets of Alexandria, the teachings of Origen began to flourish. He spoke of the potential for redemption, suggesting that even Lucifer, in his despair, might one day find his way back to grace. Such thoughts sent shivers down the spines of the more orthodox believers, who feared the implications of a merciful God extending grace to even the most wretched of souls. The tension crackled in the air as debates grew fierce. Was Lucifer a monster of evil, or a tragic figure caught in the web of divine justice? Meanwhile, in the halls of Rome, Augustine wrote fervently, his quill scratching against parchment as he wrestled with the implications of free will. He painted Lucifer not just as a being of rebellion, but as a reflection of mankind's own choices. The weight of his words pressed heavily upon those who read them, igniting a painful introspection. If Lucifer was once a beloved angel, what did that say about humanity's own potential for corruption? The idea that every person carried the spark of rebellion within them was both terrifying and liberating, striking fear into the hearts of those clinging to their faith while awakening a sense of unity in their shared struggle. Time flowed on like a restless river, and with it came the rise of the medieval church, where the image of Lucifer morphed once more. The writings of Dante Alighieri captured the imagination of many, depicting Lucifer not just as a villain, but as a tragic figure trapped in ice, a poignant symbol of despair and eternal separation from the divine. In this portrayal, he became more than just a fallen angel. He was a mirror reflecting the darkness within the human soul, a reminder of what one could lose when they dared to defy the Creator. As the Renaissance blossomed, so too did new interpretations of Lucifer. Artists and philosophers began to question the strict dogmas of the Church. Milton's Paradise Lost became a cultural touchstone, painting Lucifer as a charismatic rebel, a figure that stirred the hearts of many. His defiance against God resonated with those who felt oppressed by the structures of power. In the silky ink of Milton's verses, Lucifer was no longer just a villain. He was a symbol of the human spirit's yearning for freedom, stirring conflicting emotions, admiration intertwined with horror. But as the Enlightenment swept through Europe, the theological landscape shifted yet again. Rationality took center stage, and Lucifer became a topic of cold debate rather than fervent passion. Scholars began to dissect the figure with clinical precision, stripping away the emotional fervor that had once surrounded him. The conversation moved toward a more abstract understanding of evil, a philosophical puzzle detached from the lived experiences of faith and fear. Yet, in the quiet corners of churches, believers still whispered his name, feeling the weight of his story, knowing deep down that his fall mirrored their own struggles against temptation and sin. Then came the 19th century, a time of upheaval and exploration. The study of ancient texts and archaeology unveiled layers of understanding previously hidden. Scholars unearthed connections between Babylonian myths and the portrayal of Lucifer, suggesting that the tale had roots far deeper than anyone had anticipated. The whispers of the past echoed louder. Was Lucifer merely a Christian construct, or a figure that transcended cultures and epochs? The fabric of belief seemed to fray as new insights challenged established doctrines, and turmoil brewed in the hearts of believers. As the modern era approached, the story of Lucifer began to resonate in popular culture. He appeared in literature, music, and film, a character embodying the strife between good and evil. The duality of his nature captivated audiences, igniting a fascination that blurred the lines between hero and villain. Every retelling breathed new life into his story, fueling the age-old debate over morality and the consequences of choice. With each new portrayal, the tension mounted. Was he a tragic figure or the ultimate embodiment of darkness? And as the 21st century dawned, the theologians and philosophers continued their pursuit of understanding, engaging in fiery discussions that searched for the very essence of Lucifer. The blending of ancient texts with modern thought created a rich tapestry of ideas, each thread woven with passion and inquiry. In the quiet spaces between these discussions, the echoes of history lingered, reminding all who listened that the tale of Lucifer was far more than a story of an angel's fall. It was a reflection of humanity's ongoing battle with itself, a dance with the shadows that whispered of hope, despair, and the possibility of redemption. The cathedral's candles flickered once more, their flames a testament to the enduring nature of the story. As the congregation departed, a palpable sense of tension hung in the air. The echoes of the past and the cries of the present melded together, creating a symphony of belief, doubt, and longing. The tale of Lucifer, with all its twists and turns, continued to weave through the fabric of faith, an unending story that would never truly conclude, but instead would transition seamlessly into the next chapter of human experience, forever beckoning the curious soul to ponder the depths of light and dark, good and evil, and the very nature of existence itself. A chill rippled through the gathering, a palpable tension hanging in the air like a storm cloud ready to burst. In the flickering light of the oil lamps, faces twisted in anticipation, eyes wide as they whispered the name that sent shivers down spines. Lucifer. The name was spoken with a mix of reverence and dread, a word that conjured images of a once radiant being cast into shadow for his disobedience. In early Christianity, he was no mere figure. He had become the embodiment of evil, a dark reflection of the divine that haunted the faithful. Lucifer had his origins steeped in the ancient texts, a being of light who, in a moment of pride, dared to challenge the authority of God. His very name meant Lightbringer, a title that now seemed almost ironic, as he became synonymous with darkness and despair. Those early Christians, huddled in secret beneath catacomb ceilings, shared tales of his fall. A tale as old as time yet forever new in its horror. The glimmer of light that he once possessed now turned to ash, and envy twisted into rage. They spoke of the moment he fell, a cataclysmic event that shook the heavens and sent a ripple through creation. The echoes of that rebellion still resonated in the hearts of the believers. As they recounted the story, the flames of the lamps flickered, casting eerie shadows on the walls, as if the very essence of Lucifer lingered in the room, watching, waiting. His story intertwined with the teachings of Christ, who embodied love and sacrifice, creating an eternal conflict between light and dark, good and evil, created a tension that was hard to breathe through. With every whispered legend of Lucifer, a sense of dread crept deeper into the souls of those who listened. They warned one another of the seductive nature of sin, how Lucifer, with his charm and brilliance, could lead even the strongest hearts astray. The early Christian leaders, in their fervent sermons, portrayed him not just as a fallen angel but as a cunning serpent, ever watchful, ever ready to ensnare the unsuspecting in his intricate web of deceit. Their words dripped with urgency, and the gathering felt a collective shudder as they imagined his cold gaze piercing through the veil of humanity. In the minds of the faithful, Lucifer had become the ultimate tempter, the master manipulator. They envisioned him, graceful and elegant, slinking through the shadows of the world, whispering sweet lies into the ears of those who dared to stray from the path of righteousness. The stories of his deceit spread like wildfire, igniting fears that echoed through the ages. How could one fight against a being so beautifully tragic yet horrifyingly malevolent? The question lingered in the air, heavy and unanswerable. As time passed, the narrative of Lucifer grew, He was no longer merely a cautionary tale but a symbol of the very struggles that plagued mankind. Sin and temptation were personified in his figure, making him accessible yet terrifying. The faithful clutched their holy texts tighter, searching for solace and guidance. Yet the allure of sin seemed ever present, lurking just beyond their grasp. The struggle was more than physical. It was an internal battle, a war of souls where the stakes were nothing less than eternal salvation. One could hear the gasps of horror as they recalled the story of the Garden of Eden, where the serpent, often identified with Lucifer, led Eve to take the forbidden fruit. That moment marked a turning point, an irreversible act that cast humanity into a spiral of sin and despair. The laughter of Lucifer echoed in their ears as they envisioned that fateful encounter, the moment when innocence was lost and darkness crept into the world. The beauty of creation now marred by the specter of evil, they realized that this was no simple tale but a reflection of their own lives, their own struggles against temptation. In the flicker of those oil lamps, the shadows danced like phantoms, and the whispers grew more intense. They spoke of demons unleashed, of how Lucifer's rebellion had fractured the heavens and allowed evil to seep into the world. It was not merely an ancient story. It was a living nightmare that threatened to engulf them all. The fear that gripped their hearts was visceral, a reminder that the battle between good and evil raged not just in celestial realms but within the very marrow of humanity. The early Christians found strength in their faith, yet the figure of Lucifer loomed large, a constant reminder that the path to salvation was fraught with peril. They clung to the teachings of Christ, the promise of redemption shimmering like a distant star against the dark backdrop of despair. Yet, in their most vulnerable moments, when doubt crept in like a thief in the night, they could feel the whisper of Lucifer's breath on their necks, urging them toward temptation and sin. As the gathering reached its climax, the tension built, hearts pounding, breaths quickening. They spoke of the final battle foretold, the confrontation between Lucifer and the forces of heaven. It was a war that would shake the foundations of existence and reveal the true nature of good and evil. The anticipation was electric, a humming energy that filled the air with possibility and dread. Eyes widened and breaths caught as they envisioned the armies of light clashing with the shadows, the ultimate test of faith and fortitude. In those moments, as they exchanged glances filled with fear and understanding, the spirit of the early Christians resonated with a shared hope. They were united in their struggle against the personification of evil. The figure of Lucifer was no longer just a tale to be told. He was the embodiment of their greatest fears and deepest desires. The battle was as much about their own souls as it was about the fate of the world. The air was thick with emotion, and as their stories blended and swirled together, it became clear that the narrative of Lucifer was far from over. Just as the congregants felt the weight of despair, a flicker of hope ignited in their hearts, a promise that good would ultimately triumph. The tale intertwined with their lives, weaving a complex tapestry of light and dark, and as they lingered on the edge of fear and faith, the shadows danced around them, hinting at the continuing saga of their existence, one that would lead them deeper into the mysteries of the divine and the perpetual struggle against the darkness within. In a dimly lit chamber, an ancient scroll lay unrolled, its faded ink whispering truths long buried beneath layers of dogma and fear. A flickering candle illuminated words that had danced through history, challenging the very fabric of belief. Lucifer, the Lightbringer. The moment was electric, filled with the promise of forbidden knowledge and uncharted thoughts. Outside, the world still clung to the old tales, the ones where Lucifer was forever cast as the villain. But within these walls, a different narrative flickered to life. In the early centuries of the Christian era, when the air was thick with miracles and martyrdom, Gnosticism emerged like a quiet storm. It was a movement that sought deeper meanings, peeling back the layers of the divine to reveal the secrets hidden beneath. This wasn't merely a fight for understanding. It was a quest for liberation. Gnostics believed that the material world was created by a lesser god, an inferior being they called the demiurge, who trapped the divine spark within human souls. They longed to break free to ascend to a higher plane. And at the center of this unraveling stood a figure shrouded in complexity. Lucifer. In the Gnostic tradition, Lucifer was not the malevolent force branded by Orthodox Christianity. Instead, he was the embodiment of enlightenment, the very essence of knowledge that sought to awaken humanity from its slumber. Imagine a dazzling figure, radiant and bold, challenging the status quo, a rebel against tyranny, shining brightly against the shadows of ignorance. His light was the promise of freedom, a beacon for those who dared to question the world around them. The echoes of ancient texts filled the air as the candle flickered, casting dancing shadows that seemed to listen intently. Adam and Eve, the first humans, were not merely pawns in a divine game but symbols of a profound struggle for autonomy. In the Gnostic version of the creation story, it was Lucifer who dared to offer them the fruit of knowledge, the very thing that awakened their consciousness. In that moment, he transformed from a mere tempter into a true liberator, urging them to see beyond the veil of ignorance. Through the ages, this interpretation faced relentless opposition. The Orthodox Church, clinging to its power, painted Lucifer as the ultimate deceiver. But for the Gnostic, those stories only intensified the allure of the Lightbringer. The struggle felt palpable, an aching desire to reclaim the narrative, to restore the dignity of a misunderstood figure. It was as if the very air crackled with the urgency of their mission. The Gnostics knew that the story of Lucifer was also a reflection of their own struggles, a mirror held up to their quest for understanding in a world that often shunned the light. As history marched on, whispers of Gnostic thought seeped into the minds of poets and philosophers, igniting sparks of rebellion against oppressive structures. The Renaissance, a time bursting with creativity and new ideas, found its roots tangled with Gnostic ideals. Artists painted visions of Lucifer not as a creature of darkness, but as one who embodies the quest for wisdom and enlightenment. The brushstrokes flowed with emotion, each piece a challenge to the prevailing dogma, a call to rise above and seek knowledge, no matter the cost. Yet even as the Lightbringer emerged in the hearts of many, shadows loomed. The Church clamped down with fervor, seeking to erase these alternate narratives. Heretics were silenced, their voices drowned in the cries of the faithful who clung tightly to their beliefs. The tension was thick, the stakes high. The Gnostics became warriors, fighting not just for their truth but for the very soul of humanity. In their eyes shone a fiery determination, a glimpse of hope that maybe, just maybe, the darkness could be pierced by the light they cherished. In secret meetings held in the dead of night, Gnostic texts were shared among passionate souls, their hearts racing as they absorbed the words that promised a new dawn. They spoke of liberation, of breaking the chains imposed by a world that feared inquiry. Knowledge is the true path to salvation, they echoed, their voices low yet fervent. The fear of persecution hung heavily over them, but it was eclipsed by the thrill of rediscovering their own power. The Lightbringer became their symbol, a source of inspiration that ignited the fires of rebellion within their spirits. With each passing generation, the story of Lucifer as the Lightbringer danced through time, morphing and adapting to the struggles of those who embraced it. In the shadows of cathedrals and beneath the gaze of vigilant clerics, whispers of Gnostic teachings persisted, stirring the hearts of those brave enough to challenge the orthodoxy. The tension swelled, a palpable force that pushed against the walls of established belief, threatening to burst forth into a new age of understanding. As the candle flickered once more, illuminating the fragile parchment, it became clear that the tale of Lucifer was a thread woven into the very fabric of humanity's quest for meaning. The struggle between light and dark, knowledge and ignorance, grew ever more potent, and in that dim chamber, the ancient words carried a weight that could not be ignored. The thrill of revelation filled the air, a promise that the battle for truth was far from over. In the distance, the world beyond continued to cling to its old narratives, unyielding and staunch, yet the embers of rebellion flickered fiercely within the hearts of those who sought to reclaim the light. As shadows danced upon the walls, history held its breath, waiting for the next chapter to unfold. The stage was set, and the players were ready, each heartbeat a reminder that the story of Lucifer as the Lightbringer was still being written, a living testament to the unquenchable thirst for knowledge and the indomitable spirit of humanity. The air was thick with despair, an unseen weight pressing down on the shoulders of those who dared to wander too close. The frozen winds howled like the anguished souls trapped in eternal torment, their cries echoing in the icy depths where Lucifer, the fallen angel, lay bound. A monstrous figure, he was a symbol of rebellion and despair, shunned by the heavens yet revered in shadows. Dante Alighieri, a poet of profound insight and fervent belief, would immortalize this tragic being, casting him as the ultimate representation of pride and fallibility, forever caught in a chaotic dance of light and darkness. As Dante descended into the depths of his epic poem, he painted a vivid portrait of hell, 9 circles of dread, each more terrifying than the last. The very essence of humanity's sins, laid bare for all to witness. But at the center of it all, frozen in a lake of treachery, lay Lucifer himself, a grotesque and powerful figure. With 3 heads, each gnawing on the wretched souls of history's greatest betrayers, Judas Iscariot, Brutus, and Cassius. He became the embodiment of betrayal, the epitome of the consequences of hubris. The sight was enough to send chills down the spine of even the most hardened of hearts. In this icy wasteland, Dante wove a narrative that transcended mere storytelling. The poet painted Lucifer not just as a monster but as a tragic hero, a figure who once basked in the glory of heaven, now condemned to eternal suffering. This duality stirred emotions, drawing readers to reflect on the nature of free will and the bitter taste of regret. What was it that drove Lucifer to rebellion? Was it pride, a desire for independence, or simply a yearning to be recognized? As Dante's words flowed, they conjured images of a once angelic being, radiant and powerful, now reduced to a shadow of his former self, forever trapped in the margins of divine justice. Historical whispers echoed through the narrative, revealing the rich tapestry from which Dante drew inspiration. The figure of Lucifer had roots in ancient texts, from the Hebrew Bible to Roman literature, where he was often depicted as the morning star, once glorious but destined to fall. The symbol of light turned dark resonated through the ages, capturing the imaginations of poets, theologians, and philosophers alike. Dante's portrayal was both a reflection of his time and a timeless exploration of the human condition, a reminder that even the brightest light can cast the darkest shadows. Each circle of hell bore witness to the sins of mankind, but it was in the final circle that the true horror unfolded. Here, in the icy grip of despair, Lucifer's frozen form served as a haunting reminder of the ultimate fate awaiting those who forsake their moral compass. The image of betrayal hung heavy in the air, evoking a sense of dread that coursed through the reader's veins. With every word, Dante constructed a labyrinth of emotions, a place where hope was extinguished and despair reigned supreme. The chilling sight of Lucifer gnawing at the traitor's flesh was not merely a gruesome detail. It epitomized the profound consequences of choices made in life. Dante's vivid imagery stirred feelings of sympathy for the damned, inviting reflection on the nature of justice and redemption. Was there still some glimmer of humanity left in this monstrous figure? Did he not once stand beside the divine, basking in the light? These questions lingered, creating a tension that tightened with every stanza. And yet, amidst the horror, there was beauty in Dante's language. Each line was crafted with care, a lyrical exploration of faith, sin, and the eternal struggle of the human soul. The contrast between the harsh reality of hell and the beauty of Dante's verse created a captivating tension, pulling readers deeper into the narrative. They found themselves drawn to Lucifer, the embodiment of rebellion, a reflection of their own darker impulses, a mirror held up to their own lives. As Dante ventured further, he unraveled the complex tapestry of sin and virtue. The sins of pride, envy, and greed festered in the depths, but they also sparked a powerful curiosity about the nature of evil itself. Was Lucifer merely a reflection of mankind's failings, or was he something more? The lines blurred, and the emotions swelled, creating a dizzying spiral of thought and feeling. The weight of human experience pressed down, a reminder that darkness exists within every heart, waiting for its moment to emerge. Vivid imagery flooded the reader's mind. The icy lake, the screaming souls, the terror of betrayal. Dante was not just a poet, but a master of the emotional landscape, guiding readers through the darkest corners of existence. Each character was a thread woven into the larger narrative, each sin a story waiting to be told. The chilling realization dawned that Lucifer, in all his monstrous glory, was a part of every person's story. His fall was the fall of all who place ambition above compassion, who allow pride to overshadow humility. The tension built like a storm, each moment more intense than the last. With every heartbeat, readers felt the looming presence of Lucifer, the embodiment of despair and rebellion, but also a figure of tragic beauty and loss. The tale twisted and turned, emotions flaring like the fires of hell itself. Questions hung in the air like smoke. Could one ever truly escape the darkness within? The narrative spiraled, a continuous flow of thought and emotion, refusing to end, as if inviting readers to linger in the shadow of Lucifer's story. Each moment felt eternal as Dante's words painted scenes filled with breathtaking intensity. The sense of hopelessness merged with a haunting beauty. There was something undeniably captivating about Lucifer's tragic existence, a reminder of the fragility of the human spirit. As the reader was pulled deeper into Dante's intricate world, the lines between good and evil blurred, and the dance between light and darkness continued. The tension spun outwards, creating an unbreakable chain of emotions that kept the heart racing. The story was far from over, each revelation a stepping stone to deeper truths, waiting to unfold like the glacial landscape of hell itself, where hope flickered like a distant star, just out of reach. The moon hung high in the ink-black sky, casting a ghostly glow over the small medieval village. Shadows danced erratically along the cobblestone streets, whispering tales of dread and despair. The air was thick with an unnameable tension, the kind that sent chills down spines and made hearts race. It was a world where darkness wasn't merely a part of life. It was alive. Rumors of witches, evil spirits, and the devil himself coursed through the town like a venomous serpent, ready to strike. As the clock tower chimed midnight, a figure cloaked in black crept through the alleys, eyes wide with fear and urgency. This was Katia, a woman marked by suspicion and scorn. She clutched a small bundle to her chest, her only child, a fragile spark of life in an unforgiving world. They had heard the stories, and every day, the whispers grew louder. "She speaks to the devil," they said. "She's cursed." To the villagers, Katia was not just a woman. She was a vessel for darkness, a harbinger of despair, a living testament to the devil's work. The medieval perception of Satan was not just a ghost story to frighten children. It was a framework that shaped lives, dictated actions, and sanctioned violence. The devil loomed large in the hearts and minds of the people, a spectral figure cloaked in their deepest fears. The church painted him as the ultimate villain, a master of deception who prowled among the innocent, eager to capture their souls. The more the villagers feared him, the more power he seemed to wield, a sinister cycle that spiraled out of control. In the small tavern, its wooden beams creaking under the weight of secrets, a group of men gathered, their faces illuminated by flickering candlelight. They spoke in hushed tones, their words sharp enough to slice through the heavy air. "Did you hear? Another child has gone missing," one said, his voice quaking with unease. "The witch must have taken her." The others nodded in agreement, eyes wide, their imaginations running wild. Each tale of loss became a thread, weaving a tapestry of paranoia and fear that entrapped the town, binding them in their collective terror. And then there were the witch hunts, a brutal manifestation of this fear. Fueled by superstition and a desperate need to rid the world of evil, the hunts transformed ordinary people into scapegoats. The cries of the innocent echoed through the streets as terrified women were dragged from their homes, accused of consorting with Satan and practicing dark arts. The air filled with the acrid scent of smoke as bonfires were lit, and the flames danced like angry spirits, licking at the feet of those condemned to suffer. Each trial became a spectacle, a gruesome performance where the villagers gathered to watch the fate of the accused unfold. The air pulsed with an eerie energy, a mix of excitement and dread that crackled like static. Katia, watching from the shadows, felt her heart pound in her chest as she witnessed the horrors unfold. She could almost hear the whispers of the devil himself, taunting and mocking the very fabric of humanity. "Join us," he seemed to hiss. "Embrace the chaos." The villagers, in their frenzy, began to lose themselves, fueled by a shared hatred that burned brighter than any fire. The church's grip tightened, preaching that Satan was not just a distant threat, but an ever-present reality lurking in the corners of their lives. They painted vivid pictures of hellfire and brimstone, urging the faithful to root out the darkness before it consumed them. Confessions were extracted through fear and torture, as innocent souls were coerced into admitting dark deeds they had never committed. The echoes of their cries filled the night, lost to the winds but resonating deep in Kadia's heart. Each confession was a dagger, twisting in her gut, a reminder of the thin line between sanity and madness. As days turned into weeks, the witch hunts intensified. Families turned on one another, neighbors became enemies, and the very fabric of the community began to fray. Kadia felt the weight of every accusation hurled in anger, every name called, every finger pointed. The villagers were caught in a storm of fear, and as they sought to purge their world of evil, they became the very monsters they feared. The face of Satan morphed before her eyes, not a figure from ancient texts but a reflection of their darkest selves. Then came the night when the full moon bathed the village in an otherworldly light. The atmosphere crackled with tension, something wicked lingering just beneath the surface. Kadia stood alone, her heart pounding as the village gathered for yet another trial. They had grown hungry for blood, and they thirsted for justice, or perhaps revenge. The air was thick with an unspeakable dread as a woman, accused of witchcraft, was led to the center of the square, her hands bound and her face etched with terror. As the crowd roared for her punishment, something shifted within Kadia. It was a primal urge, a call to action ignited by the flickering flames of the torches surrounding her. She could feel the devil's presence lurking in the shadows of her mind, whispering promises of power and freedom, if only she would join the darkness. The line between right and wrong blurred, and as she watched the innocent woman tremble before the mob, a storm brewed within her. With a fierce determination, Kadia stepped forward, her voice trembling but resolute. "Stop this madness," she shouted, her words cutting through the frenzied shouts like a blade. The crowd fell silent, turning to her in shock. "She is not the devil. Look at yourselves." Her heart raced as she realized she had crossed a line, daring to defy the very fear that had gripped them all. But the fear was a living thing, and it writhed at her words. It surged forward like a tidal wave, washing over the crowd, and in that moment, Kadia knew the danger she had unleashed. The villagers, their faces contorted with rage and fear, turned on her. "Witch! Witch!" they screamed, their voices a cacophony of fury and hatred. The devil had taken root in their hearts, twisting their very souls. Kadia's breath hitched as she felt the weight of the accusation heavy upon her. The flames flickered, illuminating the growing chaos, and she realized that the night was far from over. As the mob advanced, her thoughts spiraled into a whirlwind of desperation and defiance, each heartbeat echoing the relentless call of darkness. In the depths of her soul, she wondered, who truly was the witch? The answer hung in the air, a haunting specter that refused to be ignored. It was the fear that had driven them, the darkness that clouded their judgment, and the insatiable hunger for a scapegoat in a world filled with uncertainty. And as Kadia stood at the precipice of madness and courage, the line between light and dark blurred even further, dragging her into a night where shadows reigned supreme, and the devil's laughter echoed in her very soul. A light flickered in the cold, damp air of a small room, the only warmth coming from a lone candle that threatened to extinguish with every gust that slipped through the cracks of the century-old timber. Martin Luther sat hunched over a wooden table, his quill scratching feverishly against the parchment, a deep furrow etched into his brow. Outside, the wind howled like a tortured spirit, a fitting accompaniment to the storm brewing within him. The church, a colossal tower of authority, had crumbled from within. Yet, in its ruins, shadows of doubt and fear began to rise, coiling like mist around the very essence of faith. With every word he penned, the image of Lucifer loomed larger, a figure once cloaked in the robes of holiness, now stripped bare, revealing the monstrous truth hidden beneath. The old tales of a magnificent angel cast down from heaven morphed into something palpable, an embodiment of all that was corrupt, all that twisted the pure teachings of Christ into chains that bound the faithful. Luther understood now that this was not merely about doctrine but about the very soul of humanity wrestling with the specter of evil. A small village gathered in hushed whispers, eyes darting toward the towering church steeple, its shadow a reminder of centuries of oppression. The tension hung thick, their breaths mingling with the chill in the air. They had been told for so long that sin was an enemy lurking within, an invisible force that tugged at their hearts, urging them toward darkness. But now, as the Reformation ignited like a spark in the night, they began to question who or what was truly the architect of their suffering. Could it be the very institution that promised salvation but wielded fear like a weapon? In the cobbled streets, people gathered in small knots, voices rising with fervor. The stories of Lucifer had transformed. No longer was he just the fallen angel. He had become a symbol of defiance against a corrupt church that had manipulated fear for control. The fiery speeches of reformers resonated in their hearts, igniting a revolution of thought. The idea that evil could wear a mask, seducing them into submission, sent shivers down their spines. A fear that had kept them shackled for years now propelled them forward, fueled by newfound courage. As Luther's words spread across the land, they sparked both hope and rage. The power of the papacy was being challenged, its grip on the people loosening like a noose slipping from a neck. The very notion that sinners could find their way back to God without the Church's intercession sent ripples of shock through the staunch defenders of tradition. The clerics, once seen as the earthly representatives of divine will, now appeared as pawns in a game of power, a false front hiding the serpent lurking behind. In the shadows, an opposing force stirred. The Catholic Church recoiled from this transformation, branding the reformers as heretics. The very mention of Lucifer took on new significance. He was now not only the embodiment of evil, but also a rallying cry for those who sought to preserve the established order. Fear was wielded like a sword, and the threat of damnation loomed larger than ever. The Inquisition began to hunt down those who dared to question, unleashing terror in the name of righteousness. In the flickering candlelight of a small tavern, hushed conversations echoing off stone walls were interrupted by the clang of a metal tankard. A group of townsfolk spoke with fervent passion, their voices rising above the crackle of the fire. "Lucifer walks among us, disguised in the robes of our priests," one man declared, his eyes wide with the thrill of rebellion. The others nodded, emboldened by a shared conviction that had long been suppressed. They spoke of the fear that had kept them silent, of the weight of guilt that had been piled upon their backs. And as the night deepened, they began to see Lucifer not as a distant, mythical figure, but as a reflection of their struggle against the darkness within the church itself. Each encounter, each whispered confession, became a thread in a tapestry of awakening. The townsfolk began to reclaim their voices, their power. They started to understand that the true battle against evil lay not in endless rituals or the fear of hellfire, but within their own hearts. The stories of Lucifer morphed into tales of resilience, of standing firm against the tides of corruption that sought to drown them. The tension escalated as armies of reformers and defenders clashed, ideologies colliding in a cacophony of fervent belief. The battle for souls intensified. The stakes were not just earthly, but eternal. As the dust settled in the wake of skirmishes, the faces of the faithful emerged, marked not just by fear but by a fierce determination. They had seen the depths of darkness and now, through the lens of their struggle, recognized that the fight against evil was a journey inward as much as it was outward. In the grand halls of power, the echoes of these ideas reached the ears of kings and princes, sending ripples of uncertainty through the corridors of authority. They found themselves grappling with questions that had once been deemed unthinkable. The very fabric of society was fraying, revealing the raw, pulsating heart of a world in flux. As the Reformation swept across nations, Each sermon and proclamation transformed into a battle cry against the forces that had long kept the light of truth dimmed. And amid this turmoil, the figure of Lucifer continued to twist and writhe, a specter at the edges of their consciousness. He was the reminder of the fragile nature of humanity, of their capacity for both great love and unforgivable sin. The narratives surrounding him were no longer confined to tales of old, but evolved into a complex dialogue about faith, doubt, and the very essence of good and evil. As churches stood at the crossroads of faith and rebellion, candles burned dimly in homes filled with whispered prayers and fearful glances. Yet amid the chaos, something magnificent was about to emerge. The transformation that had begun in the hearts of a few would soon explode into a movement that would shape the very foundation of belief itself. The struggle was far from over. In fact, it had only just begun. The unyielding tension between the forces of good and evil played on, as the echoes of Lucifer's laughter intertwined with the cries for liberation, a haunting yet exhilarating reminder that the battle was far from over. The flickering candlelight barely illuminated the dim room where men and women gathered, their faces painted with a mix of fear and fervor. Outside, the night was a blanket of darkness, but within these walls, ideas crackled like thunder. The air was thick with a palpable tension, a dance between the old ways, the whispers of superstition, and the burgeoning light of reason. Voices rose and fell like the waves of a stormy sea, each proclamation a battle cry in the war between the rational and the irrational. In the corner stood a man, his brow furrowed in concentration. He was a thinker and innovator on the precipice of a new era. His name was Voltaire, and with a quill poised over parchment, he penned words that would send ripples through history. Each stroke of his pen was a rebellion against the dark shadows of ignorance and fear that loomed over Europe, battling superstition's grip on the hearts of the people. He wrote of reason, freedom, and the power of human thought, challenging the very foundations upon which society rested. As he wrote, the room buzzed with murmurs of unease. A woman, her hands trembling as she clutched a rosary, spoke in hushed tones of witches and curses, of the unseen forces that governed their lives. Her eyes darted around the room, searching for reassurance among the crowd. She was a reflection of many, caught in the web of age-old beliefs that told her the world was full of dark magic, that every misfortune was a sign of divine wrath or malevolent spirits. But Voltaire's words sliced through her fears, as sharp as a blade. He argued that reason could illuminate the truth, that knowledge was the key to freedom from such chains. The only way to escape from the darkness is to bring light, he proclaimed, his voice steady and commanding. The fire in his heart ignited a spark in others. The flicker of hope began to spread like wildfire. Yet, outside the sanctuary of this gathering, a different kind of fire burned. A pyre lit in the public square, where the flames consumed the remnants of a woman accused of witchcraft. Her screams echoed through the night, a chilling reminder of the price of superstition. The crowd that gathered to watch was a tapestry of humanity, their faces a mix of morbid curiosity and hidden fear. They were trapped in a cycle, caught between the thrill of the spectacle and the dread of what they could not understand. As the smoke twisted into the starry sky, it carried with it centuries of doubt and superstition, the very things Voltaire and his fellow philosophers sought to dismantle. They understood that knowledge was powerful, but it was a double-edged sword. With knowledge could come skepticism, and with skepticism, a challenge to traditions that had long been accepted without question. Across the continent, in salons filled with thinkers, poets, and scientists, the conversation shifted. Rousseau, with his impassioned ideas on the nature of man, argued that civilization itself could lead to corruption. To him, the noble savage lived in harmony with nature, untouched by the superstitions that plagued society. His words stirred a deep yearning in many. They longed for a time when humanity was pure and untainted by the chains of dogma. Yet, even as these ideas flourished, a sense of danger lurked in the shadows. The Church, threatened by the spread of Enlightenment thought, clutched its authority tightly. It sent out its enforcers to silence dissent, branding heretics and freethinkers as enemies of God. The stakes were high, and the tension thickened in the air like a storm ready to break. In another gathering, A young woman named Emily stood, her heart racing. She had spent years reading forbidden texts, whispering about the ideas that made her blood pulse with excitement. The thrill of knowledge washed over her, filling her with a sense of purpose. As she spoke to the crowd about the importance of reason, her voice trembled with intensity. We must question everything. We cannot allow fear to dictate our lives. Her plea resonated with many, igniting a fire in their souls, but it also sent ripples of fear through the hearts of those who clung to tradition. Outside, the wind howled, carrying with it the sounds of protests, of people demanding their rights, their voices rising against the dark forces of ignorance. The tension was electric, crackling like static in the air. It was a battle not just for ideas but for lives, for the freedom to think and to believe. The tide of reason pushed against the shores of superstition, each wave threatening to erode the foundations of fear that had held so many captive for centuries. But even in the throes of enlightenment, superstition refused to die quietly. It clung to the corners of society, worming its way into the hearts of those who feared change. Against this backdrop of upheaval, an old healer, known only as Maud, tended to the sick in her small village. She used herbs and ancient rituals, striking a delicate balance between the old ways and the new. She watched as her patients grew torn between her remedies and the lure of modern medicine offered by the rising rationalist movement. Her hands, worn and wise, knew the power of tradition, but her heart felt the pulse of change. The villagers whispered of her as both a savior and a witch, a contradiction that highlighted the struggle within them. Every cure she offered felt like a battle won, but every skepticism echoed like a haunting reminder that superstition, however irrational, was still a powerful force. And as the tension mounted, the divide deepened, each side drawing lines in the sand, unwilling to rise above the fray. In the candlelit rooms where revolutionaries plotted, in the streets where philosophers debated, a sense of impending change thrummed in the air. The struggle between rationalism and superstition reached a fever pitch, a pulsing heartbeat of human thought desperate to break free from its shackles. The question loomed larger than life. Could humanity embrace reason and illuminate the darkness that had held it captive for so long? With each passing day, the tension grew thicker, crackling like electricity, promising that the battle between the mind and the myths would only intensify. The stage was set for a reckoning, where the courage of reason would face off against the deep-rooted fears of superstition. And somewhere in the distance, a bell tolled, a harbinger of change, resonating through the hearts of all who dared to listen. A brilliant morning sun spilled through the window, catching the glint of a dusty old book lying on a cluttered table. The title, nearly faded with age, read Paradise Lost. This text, penned by John Milton in the 17th century, was but a gateway into a riddle that had captivated minds for centuries. The tale of Lucifer. Was he a wicked deceiver, forever cast out, or a misunderstood rebel, yearning for freedom? In the flickering candlelight of that room, the emotions stirred, vibrating with the tension of this eternal debate. As the Romantic era unfurled in the late 18th and early 19th centuries, it breathed new life into old stories, and none was more intriguing than the tale of Lucifer. Poets and artists, driven by a surge of emotion and the questioning of societal norms, began to reimagine this figure. For them, Lucifer was not merely a villain to be reviled but a tragic hero, a symbol of defiance against an oppressive authority. Their paintbrushes and quills transformed the very essence of this character, turning him into a figure of sympathy and charisma. The allure of the Romantic movement lay in its passion for individualism and the beauty of nature, themes that were intricately woven into the fabric of their reinterpretations. The likes of Lord Byron and Percy Bysshe Shelley found in The Fallen Angel a kindred spirit. Byron's Manfred and Shelley's Prometheus Unbound reflected a profound admiration for those who dared to challenge the status quo, echoing the struggle of Lucifer himself. This transformation sent ripples through society, sparking debates in dimly lit salons and echoing through the halls of literature. On a stormy night, the flicker of lightning illuminated a gathering of passionate thinkers. Among them stood a young, fiery-eyed poet, his voice trembling with conviction as he spoke of the misunderstood nature of Lucifer. "Is it not the desire for freedom that drives one to defy the heavens?" he challenged, his words hanging heavily in the air. The tension crackled, each listener grappling with their own beliefs while the tempest raged outside, mirroring the tumult within their hearts. The contrast between good and evil blurred, and in that moment, the line between hero and villain began to fade. Shelley's depiction of Lucifer as a figure of rebellion resonated deeply. He painted Lucifer not just as a tempter of mankind but as a champion of enlightenment, bringing knowledge to humanity, despite the cost of eternal damnation. The Romantic poet's fascination with the sublime, the vast, overwhelming beauty of nature and the terror it could inspire, paralleled their admiration for Lucifer's defiance against divine authority. The very essence of being human was captured in this struggle, a chaotic dance of light and darkness. In art, the brushstrokes of Eugene Delacroix and Gustave Doré brought Lucifer to life with vivid imagery. Delacroix's The Death of Sardanapalus echoed the same fierce defiance, presenting a drama of tragic proportions. The colors swirled in a tempestuous display, capturing the viewer's breath and inviting them to ponder the nature of rebellion. Was this figure, who dared to challenge fate, a villain for his arrogance or a hero for his courage? The question hung in the air, tantalizingly unresolved. Yet, the Romantic reimagining was not without its shadows. As these artists and poets embraced Lucifer, they often faced backlash from established authorities. Their words were seen as heretical, their art a challenge to morality. A quiet unease settled among those who clung to traditional views, watching as the scales tipped toward sympathy for a figure once deemed irredeemable. The conflict sparked fire in the hearts of those who longed for change, pushing them to question the narratives that had been fed to them since childhood. In the recesses of candlelit rooms, clandestine discussions erupted like wildflowers in spring. The flicker of a flame danced across faces, illuminating eyes filled with wonder and trepidation. If Lucifer is a hero for seeking knowledge and freedom, one voice whispered, "What does that make us?" Such profound questions ignited passions, sweeping across the minds and souls of those eager to reform a world shackled by old beliefs. The revolution was in motion, and it began with examining the very story of good and evil. The shift in perception ignited creativity everywhere. Poets wove verses that captured the spirit of rebellion, while artists painted canvases that depicted the celestial struggle of Lucifer as beautiful and tragic. The Romantic movement, with its embrace of emotion and the individual experience, laid bare the complexities of moral judgment. The world saw Lucifer not just as a fallen angel, but as a reflection of their desires, fears, and struggles. Every word, every stroke of paint, held a piece of the collective questioning that was taking place. The Romantic era was a tapestry woven with threads of passion, uncertainty, and fervor, each strand pulling towards a deeper understanding of the human condition. As nightfall descended upon the gathering of poets and thinkers, the candle flames flickered and shadows danced, creating a haunting backdrop for the bold dialogues about the nature of rebellion. In this charged atmosphere, a chorus of voices rose, each blending into a powerful anthem of change. History, too, played a cruel trick, as figures like Byron and Shelley became both icons and outcasts, revered and reviled. The very act of reimagining Lucifer demanded courage, a willingness to embrace ambiguity. Each poet faced the consequences of their rebellion, battling societal norms while grappling with their own moral convictions. As they pressed on, their works echoed through the ages, leaving a lasting impact on how humanity viewed rebellion and authority. Outside in the darkened streets, the whispers of the Romantic movement began to coalesce into a force. Ideas ignited the air like fireworks, illuminating a path forward, away from blind adherence to dogma and towards a world rich with nuance and complexity. The narrative of Lucifer as a misunderstood hero resonated with the masses, creating a palpable energy that surged through society. The question of whether he was a villain or a champion lingered, inviting all to engage, to feel, to ponder. As the night deepened, the candle flames flickered low, but the discussions only grew more fervent. The hearts of those gathered beat as one, united in their quest for understanding, their very existence a testament to the conflict between light and dark. The tension hung thick in the air, igniting ambitions and desires, propelling the story forward, as the world braced itself for the next chapter of this unending exploration of morality and rebellion. In a dimly lit room, the flickering candlelight danced across the walls, casting shadows that seemed to whisper secrets of a time long past. A figure sat hunched over a desk, quill in hand, eyes filled with the fire of inspiration, as the words spilled forth like molten lava. This was the world of the 19th century, where the clash between light and darkness was not just a theme, but a living, breathing force. The air crackled with anticipation, hearts raced, and the ink on the pages was charged with the very essence of rebellion. It was in this crucible of creativity that Milton's Lucifer found his voice, echoing in the hearts of poets and novelists alike. A character so richly crafted that he transcended his literary origins, emerging as a symbol of defiance and unyielding ambition. The Romantics, with their wild hearts and tortured souls, were captivated. They saw in Lucifer not merely the fallen angel, but a reflection of their own struggles against societal constraints and the rigid moralities of their time. Shelley, with his fiery imagination, penned verses that brought forth the beauty in despair, capturing the essence of Lucifer's pride and the tragic beauty of his fall. Better to reign in hell than serve in heaven. The line echoed like a battle cry among the discontented youth of his day, who felt stifled by the expectations of society. In these words, Shelley breathed life into Lucifer, transforming him from a mere adversary into a tragic hero, a misunderstood outcast fighting against the shackles of conformity. Byron, too, was entangled in the web of Milton's influence, crafting characters that swirled with passion and darkness. The infamous Don Juan, though a figure of seduction, mirrored that same rebellion. Byron wrote with a heart full of fire, capturing the angst of those caught between duty and desire. The Romantic spirit embraced Lucifer as a beacon of freedom, a powerful entity who dared to question the divine order, resonating with a generation yearning for liberation from the shackles of tradition. As the ink dried on countless pages, the haunting figure of Lucifer became a muse for the likes of Mary Shelley. Her Frankenstein painted a portrait of the consequences of hubris, a theme that lingered in the air like a thick fog. The creature, much like Lucifer, yearned for acceptance, yet found himself cast aside, a reminder of the darkness that shadows the pursuit of knowledge and power. The monster's tragic fate echoed Milton's fallen angel, driving home the point that ambition, without compassion, often leads to ruin. Edgar Allan Poe, drawn into the depths of despair, wove tales that echoed with the chilling whispers of Lucifer's plight. The raven, perched ominously, became a symbol of loss and longing, a reminder that darkness often lurks just beyond the fragile veil of sanity. Poe's imagination was ignited by the very essence of Milton's rebellion, where the lines between madness and genius blurred, creating a world where the shadows of Lucifer danced with the flickering light of hope. As the century progressed, the notion of the rebellious spirit took on new forms. The Gothic novel emerged, steeped in the eerie and the macabre. Writers like Bram Stoker and his infamous Dracula tapped into the age-old tale of the fallen, where the familiar motifs of seduction and horror were inextricably linked to the idea of Lucifer. Count Dracula embodied the essence of the dark angel, a character who tantalized with promises of eternal life while simultaneously ensnaring his victims in a web of despair. The duality of his nature echoed Milton's themes of power and fall, seducing readers into a realm where fear intertwined with fascination. Even as the century waned, the spark ignited by Milton continued to ignite the imaginations of those who sought to challenge the status quo. The Gothic undertones of literature became a platform for questioning moral absolutism, and Lucifer's spirit soared in the works of poets and novelists who dared to dream of a world beyond the confines of religious dogma. The tension between light and dark became a reflection of the human condition, a reminder that within each soul lurked the potential for both creation and destruction. The profound impact of Milton's Lucifer was not merely an echo of the past. It was a living entity, shaping the thoughts and emotions of an entire generation. The characters born from this mythos became vessels through which the struggles of the 19th century were articulated, their creators pouring their fears and desires onto the page, creating a tapestry of literary brilliance that resonated across time. Each writer, each verse, and each tale contributed to a symphony of voices that chanted in defiance of the established order, igniting a passion that refused to be extinguished. As the candle flickered and darkness enveloped the room, the echoes of Lucifer lingered, a reminder of the eternal struggle between ambition and consequence. The characters continued their dance, leaping from the pages into the hearts of readers, igniting a fire that would burn long into the night. The influence of Milton's creation was indelible, a haunting melody that played on the strings of the human soul, urging them to question, to feel, and to embrace the chaos that lay both within and beyond. And in this tapestry of rebellion, where shadows merged with light, the story was far from over. New voices awaited, ready to take up the mantle of darkness and light, their paths intertwined with the lingering essence of Lucifer. Each stroke of the quill would breathe life into characters yet unseen, their struggles echoing through the ages, a reminder that the dance between heaven and hell, creation and destruction, would continue to unfold. The candle burned low, but the fire of inspiration blazed on, waiting to illuminate the next chapter in this eternal narrative. The stage is set, a dimly lit room filled with the flickering glow of screens showcasing ethereal imagery. In this space, the whispers of the past coalesce with the vibrancy of the present. Here, the figure of Lucifer, the fallen angel, looms large, not as a mere embodiment of evil, but as a complex character, stirring both fascination and dread in equal measure. He isn't just a historical figure etched in ancient texts. He is morphed into a symbol that ignites passions in the hearts and minds of modern audiences. In contemporary culture, the image of Lucifer has taken on various forms, each pulsating with a different kind of life force. He has been reimagined in countless stories, from literature to television, often stepping away from the traditional portrayal of wickedness. Instead, he emerges as a tragic hero, a misunderstood outcast yearning for freedom from the shackles of divine decree. The allure of this character lies in his struggle against conformity, his defiance in the face of authority. People resonate with his journey, feeling an inexplicable connection to his quest for individuality. Take, for example, the popular series that has taken the world by storm. With charm and wit, the character of Lucifer Morningstar, played with a magnetic presence, captures hearts and minds. His suave demeanor masks a profound internal conflict. He's a being who has tasted the bitterness of rejection, cast out from heavenly grace. Viewers find themselves drawn into his world, where the line between good and evil blurs, and morality is not a rigid guideline but a fluid concept open to interpretation. This contemporary Lucifer is not just a villain but a reflection of our shared human experience, an emblem of rebellion, love, and identity crisis. The roots of this modern portrayal trace back centuries, intertwining with the evolution of literature and religious thought. The Renaissance sparked a revival of interest in classical texts, including the story of Lucifer. Writers like John Milton breathed new life into this figure, transforming him into a tragic character who dared to challenge the Almighty. Milton's Paradise Lost captures the essence of Lucifer's internal struggle, painting him not solely as a tempter, but as a reflective being with profound thoughts and emotions. Those echoes resonate through time, feeding into today's interpretations and allowing for a rich tapestry of narratives. Film and television adaptations have embraced this complex persona, giving audiences new layers to peel away. In the animated series that captivated younger viewers, Lucifer is reimagined as a charming rogue, a figure of mischief who dances on the edge of morality but ultimately championing the cause of good. This portrayal invites laughter and contemplation, offering a space for viewers to ponder their own complexities. As they laugh at his antics, they also confront their own inner fears and desires. The character serves as a mirror, reflecting the delightful chaos of the human experience. In literature, authors have also taken creative liberties, weaving tales where Lucifer embodies the struggle between fate and free will. Novels explore his relationships, depicting him not merely as a solitary figure, but as one who craves connection. The loneliness that accompanies his expulsion from paradise becomes a poignant theme, resonating with readers who grapple with their own feelings of isolation in a vast and often unforgiving world. Such narratives remind us that even the most powerful beings can feel lost and abandoned. The visual arts have not shied away from this captivating figure either. Paintings and sculptures throughout modern history depict Lucifer in various lights, sometimes as a dark, brooding figure, and at other times as an elegant, almost tragic soul. Artists have used his image to challenge societal norms, questioning authority and the nature of good and evil. The brush strokes and chiseled marble echo the complexities of the human condition, urging viewers to confront their biases and preconceived notions. The allure of Lucifer also hinges on the questions he raises about morality and redemption. In an age where the concepts of good and evil seem increasingly intertwined, his character challenges us to examine our own choices. The portrayal of Lucifer as a being capable of change, of redemption, raises essential questions. Can one truly escape their past? Is the potential for goodness inherent in everyone, regardless of their origins? These queries weave themselves into the fabric of modern storytelling, leaving audiences pondering and reflecting long after the credits roll. The social implications extend beyond individual narratives. They tap into broader cultural movements. The rebellion against established norms seen through Lucifer's lens resonates with a generation craving authenticity and self-expression. As society grapples with issues of identity and belonging, the figure of Lucifer provides a template for exploration, encouraging individuals to embrace their unique paths, even in the face of adversity. The tension between tradition and modernity plays out vividly in the depiction of Lucifer. While many still cling to the age-old images of sin and punishment, others find solace in a more nuanced interpretation. This clash creates an undercurrent of excitement, as the age-old stories are re-examined through fresh eyes. The ancient texts, once viewed as absolute doctrine, are reinterpreted and questioned, leading to dynamic discussions about faith, individuality, and the nature of morality. As the narratives evolve, so do the audiences. They no longer seek simple tales of good versus evil. Instead, they crave depth and complexity, characters that resonate with their struggles and aspirations. The modern interpretations of Lucifer fulfill this desire, weaving together themes of rebellion, love, and the quest for self-discovery. They ignite a fire within, prompting viewers and readers alike to confront their own complexities and embrace the shades of gray that color their existence. In every retelling, the figure of Lucifer stands as an emblem of what it means to be truly alive, to feel deeply, to love fiercely, to rebel against the confines of expectation. The air crackles with the energy of possibility, drawing audiences into a world where the lines are blurred and opportunities for connection and understanding abound. As this portrayal continues to evolve, so too does the conversation surrounding it, creating a continuous loop of intrigue and exploration, leaving the audience captivated, yearning for more. In the dim light of a flickering candle, an ancient tome lay open on a weathered table, its pages whispering secrets of the ages. The air was thick with the smell of old parchment and a subtle hint of something darker, something that both repulsed and intrigued. The flicker of the flame cast shadows that danced on the walls like restless spirits, reminding one of the duality that exists within every soul. Here, amidst the silence, the story of Lucifer unfolded, not merely as a fallen angel, but as a mirror reflecting humanity's hidden desires and fears. Lucifer, often seen as the embodiment of evil, was once known as the Lightbringer. His brilliance was unmatched, illuminating the heavens with a brightness that dazzled even the most stalwart of angels. Yet, in the shadows of his glory lay the seeds of rebellion, whispering the temptations of freedom and self-identity. This dual nature captured the imagination of many, a symbol of not just the ultimate downfall, but the struggle within oneself, the battle against the darker aspects of human nature. As centuries passed, artists and writers took to their canvases and quills, pouring their emotions into the legacy of Lucifer. In the pages of John Milton's Paradise Lost, Lucifer's character became a complex figure, a tragic hero who defied authority. He was not merely an antagonist but a representation of the shadow self, the part of every individual that grapples with ambition, envy, and the desire to break free from societal chains. Readers were drawn into his pain, feeling a strange kinship with the angel who questioned the status quo, a resonant echo of their inner struggles. In the flickering candlelight, one could almost hear the whispers of those who pondered his tale. The story of Lucifer was not just about defiance. It was about recognizing the darkness within. Sigmund Freud later delved into this concept, suggesting that every human has a shadow, an unconscious part of themselves that harbors repressed desires. This shadow can manifest in various ways, through anger, jealousy, or even a longing for power. Lucifer, in this light, becomes a profound representation of the struggle against one's darker impulses, a vivid reminder that within every good soul lies a flicker of darkness. The tension in the air thickened, as if the very walls were alive with the weight of history. In the realm of psychology, the shadow self is often feared and denied, but what if embracing it could lead to true self-realization? The notion sends shivers down the spine, for it forces one to confront the uncomfortable truths that dwell beneath the surface. Just as Lucifer fell from grace, individuals too can fall victim to their shadow, leading them down paths of destruction. Yet there's a haunting beauty in the acknowledgement, a flicker of hope that allows one to rise again, transformed. Imagine the moment when Lucifer stood before the celestial council, his heart pounding with defiance. The atmosphere crackled with tension, every soul present acutely aware of the weight of his words. He spoke of freedom, of choice, igniting a fire that resonated deeply within many. Yet, as he cast aside the chains of conformity, the chilling realization struck. With freedom comes responsibility. In seeking to illuminate the darkness, he inadvertently crossed into it, becoming the very thing he sought to oppose. The echoes of such a choice reverberate through time, reminding the observer of the fragility of the human condition. Every individual faces moments of decision, where the temptation to succumb to their shadow self looms large. This temptation is not merely external. It bubbles within, a potent mix of desire and despair. Each heartbeat resonates with the knowledge that embracing one's full self, including the darkness, is a path fraught with danger, but also the potential for profound transformation. History bears witness to the countless souls who have danced with their shadows. The tortured genius, Vincent van Gogh, poured his pain onto canvases that vibrated with emotion, capturing the essence of his inner turmoil. His masterpieces are imbued with the light and dark of his existence, a haunting reflection of a man who understood Lucifer's plight. In every brushstroke, there lies a struggle against the encroaching shadows, revealing the beauty that can emerge from chaos. As the candle flickered lower, revealing the edges of the manuscript, the tension grew palpable. The stories of those who embraced their shadow often lead them to both enlightenment and despair. Take the notorious figure of Dracula, who embodies the struggle between humanity and monstrosity. His tale is woven with seduction and horror, showcasing how the shadow self can transform into something uncontrollable, yet strangely alluring. Those who dare to confront their darkness must tread carefully, for the line between enlightenment and destruction is razor thin. Yet, within this exploration lies an unsettling truth. The shadow is not inherently evil. Lucifer's journey, complex and tragic, teaches that the darker aspects of oneself can be pathways to understanding. When one learns to accept and integrate their shadow, they can emerge stronger, wiser, and more complete. The struggle is not in denying the shadow, but in acknowledging it, in finding a balance between light and dark. As the last of the candlelight flickered out, casting the room into darkness, a chill swept through the air, leaving behind a haunting echo of questions. What would it mean to embrace one's own inner Lucifer? Would it illuminate the path to authenticity, or plunge one into chaos? With every heartbeat, the shadows grew closer, a reminder that the exploration of self is never-ending, a pulsating dance of light and dark that defines the very essence of being human. The next chapter, ripe with the promise of further revelations, awaited just beyond the veil of night, whispering secrets of transformation and truth. In a dimly lit room, shadows dance along the walls, whispering secrets that have haunted humanity for millennia. The flicker of candlelight reveals an ancient tome, its pages worn and yellowed, recounting tales of a figure who has mesmerized and terrified in equal measure. Lucifer, an entity draped in enigma, grace, and a hint of rebellion, has long captivated the hearts and minds of storytellers. From the moment he was cast out of heaven, his story has woven itself through the fabric of culture, entwining with film, television, and music in a way that draws people in with both fear and fascination. The tale of Lucifer, often seen as the embodiment of temptation and freedom, has been given form countless times on the silver screen. In films like The Devil's Advocate, starring Al Pacino as the magnetic yet sinister Satan, viewers find themselves entranced by a blend of charm and malice. Every word dripped in honeyed seduction, Al Pacino's portrayal pulls on the threads of human desire, exposing the darkness lurking just beneath the surface of ambition. His character, an attorney caught in a moral whirlwind, becomes a vessel through which audiences see their own struggles with temptation. A chilling reminder that the line between good and evil is often blurred, leaving one to question their own choices. Television, too, has an insatiable appetite for the mythos of Lucifer. The series Lucifer, based on a character from the DC Comics series, offers a refreshing yet complex interpretation. Tom Ellis brings to life a version of the fallen angel that is both charming and deeply flawed. The show plays with themes of redemption and the quest for identity, leading viewers to empathize with a character that was once purely a symbol of wickedness. Each episode unfolds like a tapestry, weaving in humor, drama, and romance, compelling the audience to root for a being who, by all rights, should be the antagonist. Tension builds as he navigates his dual existence, tantalizingly close to the human experience, yet forever marked by his origins. As the narrative unfolds, the music world also finds itself under Lucifer's spell. The haunting notes of songs that flirt with the essence of the devil echo through the air. Consider Sympathy for the Devil by the Rolling Stones, a song that invites listeners to dance with darkness itself. Its catchy beat masks profound contemplations about humanity's capacity for evil, drawing people into an introspective state. Each lyric challenges the listener to confront their own flaws, their own inner demons, pulling them closer to an unsettling truth, that the darkness is not just an external force but also a part of us. The allure of Lucifer is not merely confined to the modern age. Historically, he was once an angel of light, a being of immense beauty and power, cast down by God. This rich backstory feeds into every modern retelling, giving weight to the character's rebellion. In Dante's Inferno, Lucifer is not just a figure of evil. He is tragic, forever trapped in ice, a stark image of the consequences of pride. This tragic downfall resonates through modern interpretations, echoing the pain of lost potential and the longing for redemption. Woven into the fabric of popular culture, Lucifer's presence can be felt in countless songs and films. In The Omen, the fear of the Antichrist embodies the ultimate clash between good and evil, pulling audiences into a world where innocence is lost and malevolence reigns. The unsettling score, punctuated by chilling visuals, amplifies the tension and leaves an indelible mark on the psyche of those who dare to watch. Here, the idea of Lucifer transcends mere storytelling and becomes a reflection of the darkest fears that lurk within us all. As the lights dim in theaters and the opening credits roll on television screens, the fascination with Lucifer deepens. Characters inspired by him pop up in unexpected places, like in the animated series Adventure Time, where the character of Jake encounters a being reminiscent of the fallen angel. The humor and absurdity of the situation create a stark contrast to the weight of the original tale, showing that Lucifer's essence can be adapted and transformed, yet never diminished. The emotional depth of these stories keeps audiences on the edge of their seats, as they grapple with the complexities of morality and free will. The tension between light and darkness becomes a mirror, reflecting back the audience's own internal struggles. As characters face their fears and confront their desires, viewers are drawn in, connecting with the narrative on a deeply personal level. In music, The echoes of Lucifer can be heard in the haunting melodies of artists like Hosier, whose song, Take Me to Church, speaks of love intertwined with sin. The lyrics weave a narrative that challenges societal norms and wrestles with the notion of faith, exposing the beauty and darkness of human experience. The powerful imagery conjured through his words evokes a visceral response, laying bare the emotions tied to love, lust, and the eternal dance with temptation. Lucifer's multifaceted nature allows him to transcend the boundaries of good and evil, making him a timeless character that resonates across generations. Each portrayal invites audiences to question their beliefs and confront the shadows lurking in their own hearts. From film to television to music, the embodiment of this legendary figure reveals the fragility of human nature and the enduring struggle between light and dark. As the curtain draws on one interpretation of Lucifer, another waits in the wings, ready to captivate and enthrall. His story is far from over. It continues to evolve, morphing with each new generation that dares to confront the complexities of existence. The anticipation of what comes next hangs in the air, a tantalizing promise of deeper insights into the human condition, where the thrill of rebellion always beckons, and the allure of the unknown keeps hearts racing. The shadows grow longer, and beneath the surface, the dance continues, ever inviting, ever enigmatic. In the dim glow of a flickering candle, shadows danced across the ancient walls of a forgotten library, their whispering voices echoing tales of defiance and illumination. Here, in this sacred space of crumbling tomes and dust-laden parchment, the figure of Lucifer emerged, not as the embodiment of evil, but as a radiant symbol of light, knowledge, and rebellion. It was a paradox that sparked curiosity and fear, a complex narrative woven through history, where the fallen angel became a beacon for those who dared to seek the truth in a world shrouded in darkness. As the sun dipped below the horizon, a vibrant tapestry of colors painted the sky, hinting at the duality of existence, the light and the dark, the hope and despair. Lucifer, cast out from the heavenly realm, found himself not in the depths of despair, but as an unexpected champion of enlightenment. His name, often synonymous with the devil, actually means light-bringer. This was no mere coincidence, for within this rebel spirit lay an insatiable hunger for knowledge. The very act of his downfall became an act of defiance against blind obedience, a rebellion against an oppressive order that stifled questioning and inquiry. Throughout history, Lucifer has been portrayed through a myriad of lenses, his image evolving with every cultural shift. In the pages of the Bible, he appeared as the serpent in the Garden of Eden, tempting Eve with the forbidden fruit of knowledge. This singular moment ignited a firestorm of interpretations, suggesting that the pursuit of understanding was not only a desire but a divine right. The serpent's whisper echoed through centuries, igniting the flames of curiosity in the hearts of many who questioned authority and sought wisdom beyond what was handed to them. In the minds of the thinkers of the Renaissance, this rebellious spirit found new life. Artists and philosophers, inspired by the idea of Lucifer as the light-bringer, began to challenge long-held beliefs. The very essence of humanism took root in the fertile ground of rebellion. Figures like John Milton, in his epic poem Paradise Lost, immortalized Lucifer not merely as a villain but as a tragic hero, a figure who chose the daunting path of knowledge over the complacency of ignorance. Milton's words painted Lucifer with a profound sense of nobility, giving voice to his struggle and highlighting the bravery it takes to defy the status quo. The tension between light and darkness deepened during the Enlightenment, as thinkers like Voltaire and Rousseau emerged, driven by the desire to illuminate the minds of their contemporaries. They viewed Lucifer's rebellion as a metaphor for the quest for freedom and reason. In their eyes, to embrace knowledge was to embody the very essence of Lucifer, to challenge the divine and the dogmatic, to question everything that had been accepted without thought. A thrilling rush coursed through the air, an urgency to break the shackles of ignorance and embrace the brilliance of human potential. As the Industrial Revolution unfurled its mighty wings, the symbolism of Lucifer took on even greater significance. The age of reason clashed with the age of machines, and the quest for knowledge found itself on the brink of a new era. Yet, with every advancement came an undercurrent of rebellion. The workers, the oppressed, rose up against the exploitation of their labor. Here, in the heart of a burgeoning society, the light of knowledge shone brightly, illuminating the darkness of oppression. The spirit of Lucifer echoed through the streets, urging them to rise, to fight, to reclaim their right to dignity and understanding. Yet, with every light comes a shadow. The same figure that inspired revolutions also instigated fear. The church, seeking to maintain its grip on the faithful, painted Lucifer as the ultimate deceiver, a cunning trickster who led the innocent astray. This narrative fueled a frenzy of persecution and ignorance, casting those who sought knowledge as heretics, traitors to their faith. The very essence of rebellion became a double-edged sword, where the thirst for enlightenment could lead to dire consequences. As the modern age dawned, the symbolism of Lucifer continued to evolve. Artists, poets, and musicians found inspiration in his complexity, crafting works that echoed the struggle between light and shadow. The Romantic poets, in their quest for individualism and emotional depth, reclaimed Lucifer from the depths of demonization, celebrating his role as the ultimate rebel, an embodiment of the human spirit's desire for freedom and self-expression. They found beauty in his fall, seeing in it a reflection of their own struggles against societal constraints. In the quiet corners of academia, scholars began to unravel the layers of misunderstanding that had encased Lucifer for centuries. They argued that his rebellion was not against God, but against a dogma that sought to limit the potential of humanity. The light he brought was seen not as a curse, but as a gift, a chance to embrace the complexities of existence, to acknowledge both the joys and sorrows of the human experience. The narrative shifted, and with it, the emotion of his story deepened, resonating with those who had ever felt the weight of conformity pressing down upon their shoulders. Yet, even as these revelations blossomed, the fires of fear and ignorance continued to burn. The world was still rife with the remnants of old beliefs, where the name of Lucifer sparked dread in the hearts of many. The struggle between light and dark raged on, a timeless conflict that transcended generations. The rebel spirit remained alive, urging those who dared to seek knowledge against the tide of conformity, reminding them that even in the darkest moments, there exists a flicker of hope, a chance to embrace the light within. As twilight blanketed the library, the candle flickered with renewed vigor, and the stories of rebellion danced in the air like the last echoes of a fading song. The lines between light and darkness blurred, revealing the complexity of existence. A tapestry woven from the threads of knowledge, defiance, and the unyielding pursuit of truth. In this sacred space, the spirit of Lucifer lingered, an eternal reminder that the quest for enlightenment is often fraught with peril, yet utterly essential, a calling that binds us all in our shared humanity. In a dimly lit chamber, shadows danced across the walls as flickering candles cast a warm glow. A figure cloaked in black knelt before a small altar adorned with strange symbols and arcane artifacts. The air hung heavy with an intoxicating mix of incense and anticipation. It was here, in this sacred space, that the unseen forces of the universe stirred restlessly, waiting for an invocation that would bring forth the forgotten whispers of an ancient entity, Lucifer. Lucifer, often misunderstood, has been a symbol of rebellion, enlightenment, and the thirst for knowledge since the dawn of humanity. In the world of occult traditions, he embodies the duality of existence, a light-bearer guiding seekers through the labyrinth of their own consciousness. Here, he was not merely the fallen angel of Christian dogma, but a complex figure representing the intricacies of morality, freedom, and the human spirit's insatiable quest for truth. Centuries ago, the Gnostics embraced Lucifer as a divine presence, a bringer of wisdom whose very name signified the morning star. They viewed him as a liberator, rejecting the tyrannical creator god who sought to keep humanity in ignorance. To them, the story of Lucifer was not one of damnation but of profound enlightenment, a narrative where the serpent in the Garden of Eden became a symbol of awakening. This transformative view of Lucifer sparked a fire in the hearts of those who sought to break free from the shackles of established authority. As the candles flickered, illuminating the room, the figure at the altar whispered the names of long-forgotten deities. Each name was a key, unlocking the door to hidden realms of knowledge and power. The rituals passed down through generations were steeped in mystery, passed from one initiator to another with utmost reverence. In these clandestine gatherings, practitioners spoke the names of ancient gods and goddesses, invoking the spirit of Lucifer as the embodiment of wisdom and enlightenment. They called upon him not to demean others, but to uplift their own spirits, to understand the hidden truths of existence. In the Renaissance, a resurgence of interest in occult traditions took hold of Europe. Artists and thinkers began to imbue their works with the symbol of Lucifer, transforming his image into one of beauty and grace. The paintings of the time portrayed him with a radiant countenance, a figure of elegance, illuminated by the very light he brought to humanity. Here was the embodiment of knowledge, challenging the status quo, urging people to think for themselves and question the dogmas of their time. This was Lucifer, not as an adversary, but as the ultimate guide in the search for truth. But such reverence was not without peril. The Inquisition loomed like a dark cloud, casting a shadow over those who dared to explore this esoteric path. The witch hunts and trials became instruments of fear, designed to suppress the knowledge that Lucifer represented. Those who sought to understand the depths of their own being were branded as heretics, their voices silenced while the true essence of their quest was shrouded in mystery. The cries of the innocent echoed through the halls of history, their stories buried under layers of misunderstanding and fear. Yet, even in the darkest of times, the flame of rebellion flickered fiercely in the hearts of the brave. The Rosicrucians, a secret society formed in the early 17th century, embraced the symbolism of Lucifer, intertwining it with their quest for spiritual enlightenment and the pursuit of hidden knowledge. They viewed him as the archetype of the seeker, one who transcends the mundane to unveil the higher truths of existence. Their texts, filled with allegory and mysticism, became manifestos of a new dawn, where the light of Lucifer illuminated the path towards personal and collective awakening. As the figure at the altar completed their incantation, a subtle shift in the atmosphere signaled the arrival of something profound. The candles flickered more intensely, shadows stretching and contracting as if alive. The whispers of ages past echoed in the air, revealing fragments of ancient knowledge. The mysteries of alchemy, astrology, and the Kabbalah emerged like spirits from the depths of time, each holding a piece of the puzzle that was Lucifer. In occult traditions, the connection between Lucifer and the elements of nature was unmistakable. The earth, wind, fire, and water became vessels for the light he represented. Practitioners learned to harness these elements, transforming their very souls in the process. It was a dance of energies, a cosmic interplay that resonated with the heartbeat of the universe. Each ritual became a communion with the divine, a celebration of the eternal cycle of creation and destruction, a testament to the power of choice. With every heartbeat, the figure felt the weight of the world, the struggles, the triumphs, the shadows that lingered. The teachings of Lucifer transcended time, reaching into the depths of every soul yearning for understanding. In moments of silence, the echoes of truth reverberated, urging individuals to confront their inner demons, to embrace the light that danced in the recesses of their minds. As night deepened, the atmosphere thickened with anticipation. The air crackled with energy, a tangible force that seemed to pulse with every breath. The figure at the altar could feel it, a connection to something greater, a thread woven into the tapestry of existence. The candles burned brighter, illuminating the path of esoteric wisdom, beckoning the seeker to delve deeper, to confront their fears and desires. And then, amidst the swirling shadows and flickering flame, the realization struck. The story of Lucifer was not merely a narrative of light and dark. It was the reflection of every soul's journey. It was a call to embrace the duality within, to seek knowledge not for power, but for liberation. Here lay the heart of the esoteric view, an invitation to transform, to transcend the ordinary, and to awaken to the divine spark within. In that moment, as the candles flickered once more, the figure knew they were not alone. The spirits of those who had come before, the seekers, the rebels, the enlightened, stood beside them, urging them forward into the unknown. The path ahead twisted and turned, filled with both challenges and revelations, but the light of Lucifer would guide them through the shadows. The sacred chant echoed in the chamber, a promise of enlightenment waiting just beyond the veil. In a dimly lit chamber, flickering candlelight danced across the faces of scholars, their brows furrowed in deep contemplation. The air was thick with tension, as if the very walls of the room could feel the weight of their arguments. Outside, thunder rumbled ominously, a fitting backdrop for the storm brewing within. They were engaged in a battle of wits, a clash of faith and reason, debating the very essence of human existence, free will and the nature of evil. One scholar, a man with a beard as wild as his thoughts, slammed his palm onto the heavy oak table, his voice echoing in the silence. How can we call ourselves free if every choice is predetermined by an omnipotent God? His words hung in the air like a challenge, igniting a spark of fervor in the others. Free will, the ability to make choices unhindered by fate or divine will, was a lifeline for many, a thread connecting them to their humanity. Yet, it also posed unsettling questions about the existence of evil. Across the room sat a woman, her fingers tracing the spine of a dusty old book, a relic of centuries past. She was a staunch defender of divine sovereignty and the belief that God's will was ultimately unshakable. Evil exists, yes, but it is a consequence of humanity's choices, she countered, her voice steady yet passionate. To deny God's control is to deny the very fabric of creation. Every act of evil stems from a rejection of his guidance. The atmosphere thickened with her words, pulling everyone into the gravity of her beliefs. As the debate raged on, echoes of historical figures reverberated through the ages. Augustine of Hippo, cloaked in the weight of his own sins, had wrestled with these questions in the 4th century. He wrote fervently about the nature of evil, asserting that it was not a substance, but a corruption of good. He spoke of free will as a gift from God, a precious but dangerous tool that could lead humanity towards salvation or damnation. His teachings laid the groundwork for centuries of theological discourse, shaping the very landscape of belief. Across the centuries, theologians like Thomas Aquinas built upon Augustine's foundation, weaving complex arguments about the nature of God and the moral dimensions of human choice. Aquinas argued that while God allowed free will, it was never without purpose. Human choices were woven into a divine plan that transcended mortal understanding. Yet, the question lingered: if God knew the choices we would make, could we truly be free? As the candle flames flickered ominously, a newcomer entered the room. A young man with eyes full of fire and doubt. His breath came in quick bursts as he posed a question that sent a shiver through the assembly. But what of those who commit unspeakable acts? Is their evil not also part of God's design? The scholars exchanged glances, each one feeling the weight of his words. A chilling silence enveloped the room as their minds grappled with the implications. Suddenly, the storm outside unleashed its fury, rain pounding against the windows like an angry chorus of voices. It was a reminder of nature's chaotic beauty, a reflection of the turmoil within. They could feel the tension rising, like a coiled spring ready to snap. The very air crackled with anticipation, each scholar wrestling internally with the question of accountability and the nature of evil itself. A voice rose above the noise, trembling yet resolute. Evil cannot be the work of an all-loving God. How can he allow suffering, pain, and despair? The question hung in the air like a heavy fog, a poignant reminder of humanity's darkest moments. Images flashed through the scholars' minds. The burning of heretics, the wars fought in the name of God, the silent cries of innocents caught in the crossfire. Each event underscored the haunting reality that, despite the promise of divine love, evil lingered in the shadows. The woman with the book stood, her heart racing. We must not forget the role of human agency. Every person has the capacity to choose good or evil. The presence of evil is not evidence of a flawed God, but rather a testament to human freedom. Her voice was a clarion call for personal responsibility, the belief that each soul was a vessel of choice, navigating a treacherous sea of morality. As the intensity of the debate swirled around them, they began to consider the profound implications of their discussion. What if evil was not merely a consequence of poor choices but a fundamental aspect of the human condition? The more they grappled with the idea, the more the room felt alive, as if the very walls echoed with the struggles of those who had come before. In the back of the room, an elderly scholar, wise and weary, spoke softly. Evil is a mystery, as is free will. We may never fully understand it, but we must recognize it. It is in our struggles, our questions, that we find our faith. His words resonated deeply, stirring a mix of emotions. A flicker of hope intertwined with a profound sadness. The storm outside raged on, a wild symphony of nature's fury, mirroring the tempest brewing within each heart. With every crack of thunder, they felt the weight of the world pressing down on them, a reminder of their fragile existence. They were all searching for answers, grasping at the threads of understanding, even as the shadows of doubt loomed large. Then, unexpectedly, a flash of insight struck. A realization that perhaps free will and the existence of evil were not opposing forces but intertwined in a complex dance, each influencing the other in ways they could not fully grasp. The emotional pull of their debate reached its peak, ignited by the realization that humanity's struggle with these concepts was a shared experience, a thread weaving through time from the ancients to the modern age. As they continued to debate, the candle flames flickered and dimmed, drawing the room into deeper contemplation. Their voices entwined with the echoes of history, a reminder that the questions of free will and evil were not just academic. They were fundamental to the human experience. Each argument, each rebuttal, carried the weight of generations, a testament to the timeless quest for understanding. A flickering candle casts shadows on ancient stone, whispers of a time long gone echoing in the flicker of its flame. In the dim glow, a figure appears, a man with eyes that glimmer like obsidian, a smile as enigmatic as the night sky. This is Lucifer, a name that sends shivers down spines and ignites curiosity in hearts, a being forever etched in the fabric of human imagination and belief. Across cultures and epochs, he has been a symbol, a paradox of light and darkness, rebellion and conformity. What compels humanity to shape his story again and again? To see reflections of their own fears and aspirations in his tale. In ancient Babylon, a city bathed in the glow of mystery and magic, a god named Helel was worshipped. The morning star, he heralded the dawn, a brilliant light that drove away the shadows of night. Yet, he too fell, not through malevolence but through an insatiable desire to rise higher, to shine brighter. This tale of ascent and plunge into darkness reverberates through the ages, echoing the struggles of every soul yearning for freedom from constraints. The temptation to defy the heavens, to become more than what one is meant to be. That is the essence of Lucifer, a figure whose very name means light-bringer. Fast forward to the land of Israel, where the stories of the Hebrew Bible painted a complex portrait of this enigmatic being. Here, he transformed from a radiant angel into the embodiment of evil, the adversary, a character who stands against the divine will, testing the faith of the righteous. In the book of Isaiah, the lamentation falls like a heavy rain, speaking of his downfall. How you are fallen from heaven, O Lucifer, son of the morning, the stark contrast from light to darkness, a transformation that pulls at heartstrings, makes one ponder the fragility of glory. What drives a being once esteemed to become synonymous with malevolence? Across the Mediterranean, in ancient Greece, a different yet familiar figure emerged in the tales of Prometheus, the titan who dared to steal fire from the gods. He became a beacon of hope and defiance for humanity, much like Lucifer. Both figures shared a burning passion for enlightenment, yet faced fierce retribution for their transgressions. Prometheus was bound to a rock, tortured for eternity, while Lucifer was cast down from the heavens. The narrative of rebellion, the yearning to illuminate the dark corners of existence, connects them across cultures in a web of shared tales, igniting the same flame of rebellion in countless hearts through the ages. Among the Norse, the figure of Loki dances through the stories, a trickster god embodying chaos and mischief. He too, like Lucifer, is a complex character, neither wholly good nor entirely evil. His misdeeds often stem from a desire to challenge the status quo, to push boundaries and test the limits of loyalty. Loki's chaotic spirit can be seen as a reflection of the human condition. The struggle to balance between right and wrong, light and dark, certainty and chaos. The emotional dichotomy resonates deeply, as the stories unfold like the layers of a well-worn tapestry, each thread woven with the pain and joy of existence. In the East, within Hinduism, the tale of Ravana emerges, a king with 10 heads and unmatched intellect, a figure who possessed immense power yet fell into the depths of darkness. His desire to overthrow the divine is mirrored in the story of Lucifer, a being who sought to challenge the authority of the Almighty. Yet, even in his villainy, Ravana's story is painted with shades of complexity, hinting at the tragic flaws that often lead to downfall. The universal truth of ambition turning toxic resonates with a haunting familiarity, each culture rendering a unique brushstroke on the canvas of Luciferian narrative. In the modern age, the figure of Lucifer continues to captivate and provoke. The Romantic poets, like Lord Byron, portrayed him as a tragic hero, a rebel against tyranny, a luminous force in the darkness. The desire to romanticize this figure speaks to the human heart, igniting passions that yearn for freedom and individuality. Byron's verses pulse with emotion, each line echoing the struggles of those who find themselves at odds with societal expectations, much like the original tale of Lucifer, a being who dared to challenge the very fabric of creation. As dusk falls on this exploration, the shadows stretch long, enveloping the stories of those who have walked in Lucifer's light. A myriad of interpretations unfolds, a kaleidoscope of beliefs and emotions that intertwine, creating a rich tapestry that speaks to something deeper within the human soul. Each culture, each story, offers a different lens through which to view this complex being, revealing the fears, hopes, and dreams of humanity itself. The flickering candle begins to wane, its light dimming as the shadows deepen. But the stories of Lucifer continue to flicker in the hearts and minds of those who dare to ponder the duality of existence. As the darkness thickens, it becomes clear that the tale is not just one of fall and redemption, but of the eternal struggle between light and dark within us all. The profound questions linger, urging one to confront the very nature of good and evil, the essence of rebellion and acceptance, as the stories weave into the night, whispering secrets yet untold. In the dim light of a flickering candle, shadows danced across the walls, twisting and turning like whispers of the past. There lay a figure pale and haunting, with hair as dark as midnight and eyes that glinted with an otherworldly ferocity. This was Lilith, the primordial female demon, an archetype of defiance and power, a figure woven into the fabric of history with threads of fear and fascination. Long before the world spun tales of male heroes and virtuous maidens, Lilith emerged from the ancient sands of Mesopotamia, where goddess and demon coalesced in the minds of those who dared to challenge. Legend tells of her creation, not from Adam, but from the very same clay that formed him, a radical notion that ignited the fires of rebellion within her. She was crafted to be equal, yet when the whispers of subservience reached her ears, she turned her back on the Edenic paradise, preferring the freedom of the night sky to the confines of a gilded cage. Each time the moon hung high, a silvery beacon in the darkness, women across the ages would look up and feel the pulse of her presence. In every heartbeat resonated the echoes of Lilith's defiance. "I will not submit," she seemed to say, a mantra that seeped into the souls of those who felt the weight of the world pressing down on their shoulders. Her name, a blend of reverence and fear, became a symbol of the fierce feminine spirit, a reminder of the power that lay dormant in every woman who felt cast aside. In the Bible, she is often shadowed by the figures of Eve and the serpent, her story relegated to myths and half-remembered tales. Yet, in the Talmud, a deeper truth is revealed. Lilith as a seductress, a demon of the night who steals the breath of infants and entices men with her beauty. There was something intoxicating about her wildness, her refusal to conform, and it ignited a fear that rippled through the patriarchal structures of society. The more they demonized her, the more she became a beacon for those who understood her struggle. As the centuries rolled on, the image of Lilith morphed and twisted like the shadows that clung to the walls of ancient temples. She became the female demon archetype, the night walker who haunted the dreams of men, embodying their deepest fears of feminine power. In the tales told around fires, she was both the alluring enchantress and the terrifying witch, her dual nature reflecting the complexities of womanhood itself. To be a woman was to traverse the line between angel and demon, nurturer and destroyer. In every culture, echoes of Lilith's story can be found, a reminder that the feminine aspect is not to be feared, but embraced. The succubus of medieval lore, the vengeful spirits of folklore, all bore traces of her essence. Fierce, unapologetic, and filled with rage against the chains of a world that tried to bind them. As generations passed, women leaned into this narrative, cloaking themselves in the power of their own sexuality, their own desires, transforming into figures of resilience rather than victimhood. The witches of Salem whispered her name in secret, invoking her spirit as they gathered in moonlit circles, claiming their power against a backdrop of fear and oppression. Each incantation was a testament to their strength, a rallying cry against a society that demanded silence. In the tension of their gatherings, the spirit of Lilith loomed large, granting them the courage to stand firm against the trials that sought to dismantle their identity. She was the fire in their bellies, the fierce wind behind their voices, a reminder that they were alive, and they would not be silenced. Through the ages, the artists and writers who dared to capture her essence found themselves both enchanted and haunted. In paintings, she was depicted as both victim and victor, the embodiment of the yin and yang of femininity. The brushstrokes revealed the beauty of her chaos, the allure of her defiance, as she commanded the canvas with a presence that could not be ignored. The tales spun around her continued to evolve, yet the core of her identity remained unyielding, a reflection of the struggles faced by women everywhere. Even in modern times, the legacy of Lilith remains potent. In literature and film, she is reborn time and time again, a symbol of rebellion against patriarchal norms. From the pages of feminist literature to the frames of art films, she challenges the status quo, urging women to reclaim their narrative and embrace the complexity of their existence. She is the voice that whispers, "You are powerful, you are worthy," even in the face of a world that tries to diminish you. As the candle flickers and the shadows grow long, the echo of Lilith's laughter can almost be heard, a call to arms for anyone who dares to challenge the narratives woven around them. In every woman who stands tall, who speaks out against injustice, who embraces her sexuality and power, there lies a piece of Lilith. The fear, the fascination, the defiance. These threads are interwoven into the tapestry of their stories, creating a rich, vibrant celebration of the feminine spirit. In this never-ending dance of light and shadow, where the uncertainties of life intertwine with the fierce strength of women, the figure of Lilith looms larger than ever, a constant reminder that the feminine aspect is not merely a whisper in the night. It is a roar, a declaration of existence, a testament to the power of being. And as the stories of her journey continue to unfold, every heart that beats in defiance of oppression carries a piece of her spirit, a light that can never be extinguished. At the stroke of midnight, when shadows stretch and the world holds its breath, whispers of ancient tales come alive. It is said that Lucifer, the light-bringer, once stood at the pinnacle of divinity, a radiant being whose brilliance was unmatched. Yet, in a twist of fate, he spiraled from grace, tumbling into the depths of despair. The air crackled with tension as the echoes of his fall reverberated through the ages, a poignant reminder of the thin line between glory and ruin. Lucifer's story is one laden with emotion, a narrative woven through the tapestry of human history. The very name conjures images of rebellion and defiance. Yet, beneath the surface lies a deeper truth, a longing for redemption that resonates in the hearts of many. He was not merely a figure of darkness. He was a symbol of choice, of the struggle that dwells within every soul. The moment he defied the heavenly decree, the heavens trembled, but in that act of rebellion lay a whisper of hope. As the night unfolds, the specter of Lucifer wanders through the annals of time, touching the lives of those who dared to question authority. His influence can be seen in the works of great poets, artists, and philosophers, each of whom painted their own version of his tale. The ink of John Milton's Paradise Lost dripped with the essence of Lucifer's plight, portraying him not as a mere villain but as a tragic hero, relentlessly pursuing his own truth in a world that sought to suppress it. The lines blurred, and readers found themselves empathizing with his search for meaning amid chaos. In the shadows of the Renaissance, the brilliant minds who sought knowledge and understanding echoed Lucifer's quest. The fervor of humanism surged, igniting a passion for freedom of thought. Artists like Michelangelo, with the brushstrokes of his David, embodied the spirit of rebellion, the yearning to break free from the shackles of ignorance. Each stroke was a defiance against a world that demanded compliance, reflecting the very essence of Lucifer's own struggle. But redemption, like light filtering through the cracks of darkness, appeared elusive. Throughout history, tales of redemption have often danced around the figure of Lucifer, inviting those lost in the depths to reconsider their paths. In the smoke-filled rooms of medieval Europe, scholars debated the nature of sin and salvation, wrestling with the question, can the fallen ever rise again? The answer lay in the hearts of those who listened, a soft murmur that suggested even the most lost could find their way back. Across the ages, the concept of redemption painted a vivid picture on the canvas of human experience. The great saints and mystics, from St. Augustine to Dante, pondered the depths of sin and salvation. St. Augustine himself, once a wayward soul, found solace in the embrace of faith, proving that even in the darkest corners, light could penetrate. The idea that the fallen could be redeemed sent shivers through the hearts of many, an echo of hope in a world often shrouded in despair. Yet the shadows remained, and the struggle was far from over. As the Enlightenment dawned, philosophers began to question the very nature of good and evil, casting Lucifer's rebellion in a new light. Was his defiance truly a sin, or was it a courageous call to awaken the human spirit? The air thickened with tension as the battle for understanding waged on, each side claiming a piece of the truth, all while Lucifer's tale lingered in the background, urging humanity to confront its fears. In the quiet corners of the human soul, the concept of redemption began to morph into something more profound. It whispered of forgiveness not just from a divine entity, but from within. Could humanity learn to forgive itself? Could the very essence of Lucifer, the embodiment of doubt and rebellion, be transformed into a catalyst for healing? The answers remained elusive, hanging like a mist in the cool morning air. As centuries passed, the fires of rebellion continued to ignite. From the French Revolution to the Civil Rights Movement, the struggles against oppression mirrored Lucifer's own battle against the divine order. Each uprising carried within it the seeds of redemption, a testament to the enduring spirit of those who dared to challenge the status quo. The cries for justice echoed through the streets, a symphony of defiance that resonated with the age-old tale of the Lightbringer, reminding all that the pursuit of truth often comes at a price. Amid this tumult, voices of compassion emerged, championing the idea that redemption is not merely an act of divine grace, but a journey undertaken by every individual. The poets echoed this sentiment, writing not just of despair but of hope, the belief that the fallen could rise again. The words flowed like a river, carving paths through the stone of tradition, urging humanity to embrace its complexities and contradictions. In the twilight of an age defined by conflict and resolution, the story of Lucifer remained a poignant reminder of the power of choice. Each person stood at a crossroads, faced with the decision to follow the light or dwell in the shadows. Lucifer, with all his flaws and brilliance, became a mirror reflecting the struggles we all face: the desire for acceptance, the pain of rejection, and the infinite quest for redemption. But just as the night gives way to dawn, so too did the quest for redemption unravel new possibilities. The idea that one could embrace their darkness while striving for the light became a powerful narrative. It was a chance to rewrite the story, to see in Lucifer not just a fallen angel but a figure of resilience and transformation. Each heartbeat echoed the promise of renewal, the hope that no one is beyond redemption. With each passing moment, the tension built, the air vibrating with the weight of history, the cries of rebellion, and the whispers of forgiveness. It became a dance between light and dark, a reminder that every soul is on its own journey, one marked by triumphs, failures, and the unyielding pursuit of redemption. The story did not end here. It flowed seamlessly into the next chapter, each heartbeat a promise of what was yet to come. And just like that, the narrative spiraled onward, leaving behind a trail of questions, reflections, and the unwavering hope that redemption is always within reach. In a dimly lit room, shadows danced on the walls, flickering in rhythm with the soft hum of a candle's flame. The air was thick with the scent of patchouli, an earthy fragrance that wrapped around the senses like an old, comforting blanket. Here, in this sacred space, a group of seekers gathered, each searching for answers to the questions that clawed at their hearts. They whispered names: Lucifer, the Lightbringer, the Morning Star. A palpable energy filled the room, as if the spirit of something profound lingered just beyond their reach. Lucifer, often misunderstood, stood as a figure of paradox. In traditional religious texts, he was the fallen angel, the one who dared to challenge authority and illuminate the veiled truths. But in the currents of New Age spirituality, he emerged not as a villain, but as a symbol of enlightenment and personal empowerment. The seekers felt a shiver run down their spines at the thought of embracing this figure, this embodiment of rebellion against conformist beliefs. The intrigue was intoxicating. They were drawn to the idea of breaking free from the chains of conditioned thinking. Historically, the name Lucifer has been intertwined with themes of wisdom, knowledge, and the quest for spiritual awakening. The term itself means lightbringer in Latin, originating from a passage in the book of Isaiah, which was interpreted as a metaphor for the morning star, Venus shining brightly at dawn. Over centuries, this name became tangled in myth and misinterpretation, morphing into a character synonymous with darkness in the eyes of many. Yet, in the tapestry of New Age beliefs, Lucifer was reimagined as a beacon of self-discovery, an archetype for those yearning to cast aside the shadows of ignorance and step into their own light. As the seekers sat cross-legged on woven mats, their breaths synchronized, a hush fell over the room. They were ready to summon the spirit of Lucifer, to invite him into their lives not as a menacing force, but as a guide. They closed their eyes, their minds drifting to ancient texts where he was portrayed not as an enemy of God, but as a courageous figure who dared to seek the truth. In this retelling, Lucifer's fall was not one of disgrace, but a noble descent into the depths of human experience to challenge the status quo. The seekers felt warmth radiate from within as they opened themselves to this new understanding. Each heartbeat echoed with the thought, what if embracing Lucifer's essence could lead to profound transformation? The idea sent shivers of excitement through the group. They envisioned themselves breaking free from the dogmas that had bound them, encouraged by the very spirit that once dared to defy divine order. In historical contexts, figures like Prometheus reflected this same spirit of rebellion. Just as Prometheus stole fire from the gods to give to humanity, Lucifer represented the quest for knowledge against oppressive rules. This was not merely a tale of defiance but one of liberation, a struggle against the forces that sought to limit human potential. The seekers yearned to channel this energy, to awaken the divine spark within themselves that mirrored that of the Lightbringer. The air crackled with intensity as they visualized shedding their fears and limitations, becoming empowered beings capable of manifesting their realities. The words of ancient sages echoed in their minds, urging them to challenge the boundaries set by society, religion, and even their own conditioning. It felt as if a vortex of energy was swirling around them, lifting them higher, closer to the light they sought. In a frenzy of emotion, they each began to share their personal struggles. One spoke of feeling trapped in a life not chosen, feeling stifled by familial expectations. Another shared tales of societal pressures that dictated what success should look like. Their stories were threads in a larger tapestry of human experience, each lifting the collective spirit of the gathering. They were channeling their pain into the fire of transformation, much like the phoenix rising from its ashes. As they continued to connect, the candle flickered violently, casting elongated shadows that seemed to twist and turn in the air, almost alive. The energy around them was palpable, almost electric, like a storm brewing on the horizon. They felt as if they were on the brink of something monumental, a breakthrough, a connection with the divine that transcended the ordinary. Suddenly, one seeker stood up, eyes closed, arms raised to the heavens, invoking the essence of Lucifer. The words flowed from her lips like water from a sparkling spring, stirring the hearts of those present. Lucifer, guide us, show us the path of illumination and truth. Help us to cast aside our fears and embrace our power. The room resonated with the echoes of her plea, and it seemed time stood still. In that moment, they were no longer individuals but a collective consciousness guiding each other towards their ultimate potential. Tears streamed down some faces, a cathartic release as they surrendered to the emotions coursing through them. The fear, the longing, the hope. In the silence that followed, they felt a gentle whisper brush past them. A mere suggestion, a hint at the mysteries that lay ahead. It was an invitation to look deeper, to confront the shadows that still lingered within. They were reminded that the path was not without struggle. It was a journey of constant growth, filled with challenges that would test their resolve. The candle flickered once more, casting a golden light that illuminated the faces of the seekers, each reflecting a newfound determination. They were awakening, transforming into warriors of light, ready to face whatever came next. And as the last of the candle's wax melted away, a sense of urgency hung in the air, an awareness that the exploration of their souls was just beginning, hinting at the mysteries still to unfold. In that very moment, the boundaries between the mundane and the extraordinary blurred, and the seekers felt the stirring of something monumental about to unfold. They were not just participants in a gathering. They were now a living testament to the power of embracing the true essence of Lucifer, a journey that held endless possibilities, beckoning them towards the next chapter. In the dim light of a flickering candle, a figure hunched over a desk, quill in hand, scrawling words that would echo through the corridors of time. The air was thick with an unshakable tension, a blend of fear and exhilaration, as thoughts danced on the precipice of forbidden knowledge. It was here, in the silent hours of the night, that the spirit of Lucifer began to weave itself into the fabric of modern philosophy, igniting a flame that would provoke, inspire, and challenge generations to come. Lucifer, once a symbol of rebellion, metamorphosed into an emblem of enlightenment for many intellectuals. In the shadows of the Enlightenment, thinkers like John Milton and later, the existentialists, embraced the fallen angel's narrative as a metaphor for human autonomy. Milton's Paradise Lost painted Lucifer not merely as a tempter but as a tragic hero, a figure who dared to defy authority, a profound shift that would shape philosophical discourse. The words flowed from Milton's pen like molten lava, burning with passion and igniting a spark of rebellion against the divine order. As the pages turned, the French Revolution loomed on the horizon, and the idea of Lucifer morphed again. Philosophers such as Rousseau championed the notion of the noble savage, suggesting that humanity was inherently good but corrupted by society. In this context, Lucifer was no longer just a demon. He became a symbol of the struggle for freedom against oppressive norms. The cry for liberty, equality, and fraternity resonated with Lucifer's defiance, breathing life into a movement that sought to liberate the human spirit from chains both political and philosophical. The Industrial Revolution ushered in an age of reason, yet the shadow of Lucifer lingered. Thinkers like Friedrich Nietzsche emerged from the smoke and clatter of factories, proclaiming the death of God and the birth of the Übermensch, an individual who creates their own values in a godless world. In Nietzsche's eyes, Lucifer represented the ultimate rebellion against cosmic order, a challenge to the very principles that defined morality. With every word he penned, Nietzsche breathed life into the idea that humanity could rise from the ashes of tradition, forging a new path illuminated by the light of their own making. As the 20th century unfurled, Marx and Freud entered the stage, each carrying the torch of Luciferian thought in their own way. Marx, with his sharp critique of capitalism, saw the ruling class as a new form of oppression, a modern-day heaven that kept the masses in check. Here, Lucifer took on a revolutionary guise, inspiring the proletariat to rise against the powers that bind them. The factories hummed with the restless energy of workers who had found their voice, ignited by the flame of rebellion that Lucifer embodied. Freud, on the other hand, delved into the depths of the human psyche, illuminating the darker corners of desire and repression. He saw in Lucifer the embodiment of the ID, the primal instincts that society often shunned. The struggle between the ID and the superego mirrored the eternal conflict between Lucifer and the divine. In this psychological lens, the battle for self-identity became a personal war, echoing the larger existential struggle that philosophers had grappled with for centuries. In the wake of two world wars that shattered the innocence of humanity, the impact of Lucifer on modern philosophy thickened. Existentialists like Jean-Paul Sartre and Simone de Beauvoir seized upon the themes of absurdity and freedom, invoking Lucifer as a poignant reminder of the choices that define us. Existence precedes essence, Sartre insisted, echoing Lucifer's defiance against predetermined fate. The angst of a generation haunted by the specters of war found solace in the rebellion of the fallen angel, a cry against a chaotic universe that offered no easy answers. The postmodern era, marked by skepticism and a questioning of grand narratives, saw Lucifer's influence stretch further still. Deconstructionists like Jacques Derrida dismantled the binaries of truth and falsehood, much like Lucifer challenged the dichotomy of good and evil. In this fragmented world, where meaning is elusive and subject to interpretation, Lucifer stood as a testament to the power of ambiguity, a figure who thrived in the gray areas of morality and existence. Every tick of the clock reverberated with the weight of what had come before. The spirit of Lucifer refused to fade, a relentless force that echoed in the halls of academia, in smoky cafes where philosophers gathered to debate the nature of existence. Discussions swirled around tables, igniting passions that felt almost tangible. His influence was evident in the arts, in literature, in the very essence of human experience. Artists painted with bold strokes, capturing the duality of light and dark, reflecting the eternal dance of Lucifer's legacy. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows that seemed to whisper secrets, the impact of Lucifer on modern philosophy lingered in the air. A palpable tension, a reminder of the eternal struggle between order and chaos, freedom and restraint. The flickering candlelight flickered, as if in response to the unending dialogue that wrestled with the essence of humanity itself. The story of Lucifer wove through centuries, binding together the hearts and minds of those who dared to question, to rebel, to create anew. In the distance, the echoes of laughter and debate faded into the night, but the flame that Lucifer ignited burned on, a beacon for those seeking truth in a world filled with shadows. The impact of the fallen angel would continue to ripple through time, challenging the very foundations of belief and understanding, as philosophers grappled with the complexities of existence and the weight of their own choices. The dance of light and dark, rebellion and acceptance, continued, forever entwined in the fabric of thought and emotion, leading inevitably into the next chapter of a world grappling with its own identity. In the dim light of a forgotten chapel, a flickering candle cast dancing shadows on the stone walls, whispering tales of old. The air hung heavy with secrets, thick enough to make one's heart race. There, amid the crumbling pews and the dust of ages, the figure of Lucifer loomed large, a paradox wrapped in mystery. Once the epitome of rebellion against divine order, he had morphed from a fearsome villain into a compelling anti-hero whose charm and complexity drew countless souls to him. From the very beginning, Lucifer was a name that echoed through the corridors of time, steeped in the rich tapestry of religious lore and cultural interpretation. Originally, he was the angel of light, a being of immense beauty and grace. A star fallen from heaven, his story began with grandeur. He was the favorite of God, the one who dared to defy the very creator who breathed life into him. This defiance sparked a revolution, one that resonated through the ages and transformed him from the light-bringer into the dark whisperer. As the centuries rolled on, the narrative surrounding Lucifer began to shift. Artists, writers, and thinkers were drawn to his tale, seeing in him not just a harbinger of doom but a symbol of individualism and free will. In Dante Alighieri's Inferno, he was condemned to the frozen depths of hell, a monstrous figure trapped in ice. Yet even there, he commanded a certain respect. The imagery was stark, yet the emotion behind it was palpable. Here lay a being once revered, now eternally cursed, evoking a strange mix of pity and horror. With every stroke of a brush and every word penned, the essence of Lucifer evolved. John Milton's Paradise Lost unlocked a deeper understanding of this tragic figure. Milton painted him not just as a villain, but as a complex character driven by ambition, pride, and a longing for autonomy. The famous line, "Better to reign in hell than serve in heaven," echoed through literary salons, igniting debates that continue to this day. The audience felt a chill run down their spine, recognizing a part of themselves in Lucifer's yearning for freedom. He became a revolutionary icon, a champion for those who felt oppressed, misunderstood, or marginalized. The Romantic poets seized this figure, breathing new life into his legend. Lord Byron's Manfred infused Lucifer with a brooding intensity, a tortured soul caught in eternal conflict. This portrayal struck a chord, resonating with those who grappled with their own demons, their own struggles against societal norms. The candlelight flickered, casting brief illuminations on the faces of those who read and reflected, each grappling with their individual darkness. As time marched forward, the Industrial Revolution brought with it a change in how society viewed morality and rebellion. The glamour of Lucifer transformed into a symbol of resistance against conformity. The emergence of Gothic literature wrapped him in a cloak of romanticism, making him not just a figure of dread but one that inspired awe. Readers began to see Lucifer as the ultimate outsider, a being who rejected the status quo and fought against the chains that bound him. In the shadows, he became a misunderstood genius, an enigmatic figure who challenged authority, igniting a fire in the hearts of those who felt similar pangs of rebellion. The 20th century saw a further evolution of Lucifer's image. In the age of television and film, he morphed into a suave, captivating figure, a character who could seduce and charm. Shows like Supernatural and Lucifer transformed him into an anti-hero, a character who wrestled with his identity and morality. With each episode, viewers found themselves entranced by his wit and vulnerability. He wasn't just the devil. He was a complex character filled with desires and regrets, showing the world that even the most fallen could find redemption. The thrill of watching him navigate the human experience brought goosebumps, a reminder that even in darkness, there is often light. As pop culture embraced Lucifer, his attire evolved. No longer bound by tattered wings and chains, he donned tailored suits and charismatic smiles. The image of the devil took center stage in music, art, and literature, embodying the struggles of the modern human experience. Even in songs, he became a symbol of defiance, a muse for artists who sought to break free from societal expectations. With every note, every lyric, whispers of his eternal struggle resonated in the hearts of listeners, igniting passion and empathy. The tension between good and evil played out on stage and screen, but beneath it all, Lucifer remained a figure of allure. He was a character who made mistakes, who faltered and rose again, embodying the very essence of humanity. The fight to be understood, to be loved, and to find one's place in a chaotic world. Audiences felt their hearts race as they watched his transformation, relating to his journey of self-discovery, his desire to carve out a space in a world that often felt unforgiving. With every tale told, every image crafted, the line between hero and villain blurred further. Was he not just a reflection of us all, battling our own shadows? The whispers of the past intertwined with the present, creating a narrative that was as timeless as it was modern. As the walls of that forgotten chapel echoed with the stories of the fallen angel, one could not help but feel a shiver of recognition. The embodiment of rebellion and complexity danced before the eyes of humanity, a figure whose saga continued to unfold, beckoning to those who dared to look deeper. And so, the cycle continued, each retelling adding layers to his persona, each interpretation breathing new life into the legend. Lucifer, the fallen star, shone brighter than ever, not as a figure to be feared, but as one to be understood. In the hearts of many, he became a friend, a symbol of liberation from the chains of dogma, a mirror reflecting their own struggles and triumphs, a beacon of hope in the darkest of nights. As the candle flickered one last time, the shadows seemed to whisper his name, a reminder that the story of Lucifer was far from over. The dance between light and dark, good and evil, remained an eternal ballet, drawing everyone into its embrace. The sky turned a bruised shade of purple, heavy with the weight of unspoken sins as the figure stood at the edge of the precipice. Wings, once magnificent and white, now lay tattered and blackened, casting shadows over the barren earth below. A cold wind whispered through the valleys, carrying with it the echoes of laughter long forgotten, a haunting reminder of what once was. This was not just a fall from grace. It was a plunge into despair, an eternal struggle between light and darkness. History has often painted angels as pure and unwavering, but the tale of the fallen angel shifts the narrative, revealing fragility beneath the surface of celestial power. It is a story that transcends time, from the ancient texts of Mesopotamia to the verses of John Milton's Paradise Lost. Here, the figure Lucifer, once the brightest among the hosts of heaven, stands a testament to the complexities of free will and rebellion. The moment he dared to challenge divine authority, he cast himself into a chasm of isolation, igniting a fire that would forever rage within his heart. The quiet moments in his fall are the ones that sting the most. The silence of the celestial realm is broken only by the faint rustle of his ruined wings, reminiscent of a once vibrant life that now lay in tatters. What is it to feel the warmth of the sun on your skin, only to be shunned into the cold abyss of shadow? To have once held the power of creation, only to be reduced to whispers and echoes? The biblical tale speaks of rebellion. It speaks of pride. Long ago, in the splendor of heaven, Lucifer was more than just an angel. He was the morning star, a being of light. But as he gazed upon the throne of God, a burgeoning desire took root in his heart, a wish to be worshipped, to be the light that all looked upon. The moment he spoke those words in defiance, he fell not just from heaven, but from the grace of purpose. The expulsion was not merely physical. It was a shattering of identity. As time marched on, the fallen angel became synonymous with the very essence of rebellion. He was no longer just a character in a religious text, but a symbol of humanity's own struggles against the chains of conformity. The artistic interpretations of this archetype are rich, from the stunning imagery of Dante Alighieri's Divine Comedy, where Lucifer is trapped in ice, eternally suffering, to the chilling portrayal by Gustave Doré, whose engravings depict anguish in stark detail. Each piece breathes life into the myth, making the viewer feel the weight of his despair. Yet, hidden in the shadows of his tragedy lie profound truths about the human condition. Just as Lucifer wrestled with his choices, so too do people grapple with their own moral dilemmas. Each person at some point feels that flicker of rebellion, that pulse of defiance against the rules that confine them. In those moments, the fallen angel is not just a distant celestial being. He represents the voice of the downtrodden and the misunderstood. Imagine the moment when he realized the consequences of his actions, the crushing loneliness that followed the fall, the longing for companionship that would never again be fulfilled. In those fragments of time, one can almost hear his anguished cries resonating through the ages. What have I done? The question lingers in the air, thick with consequence and remorse. His story, steeped in historical richness, intertwines with humanity's own narrative of struggle and redemption. Throughout history, the fallen angel has appeared in various forms, embodying the darker aspects of human nature. In the 17th century, the Romantic poets took his plight and wove it into their verses, portraying him not just as a villain but as a tragic hero. Lord Byron infused his works with a sense of brooding elegance, capturing the essence of a being who dared to defy the heavens. The allure of the fallen angel became irresistible, resonating with those who felt the weight of societal expectations press upon their shoulders. In a world rife with injustice, the archetype of the fallen angel becomes a beacon for those yearning for liberation. It beckons to the outcasts, the rebels, the dreamers who are tired of being misunderstood. The glorious fall transforms into a rallying cry, an invitation to embrace one's true self, regardless of the consequences. Each soul may find solace in the tale of Lucifer, understanding that strength often arises from the ashes of defeat. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Casting the world in a haunting twilight, the fallen angel stood silently, confronting his own reflection in the dark waters of despair. Each ripple told a story of lost dreams and shattered hope. Yet within those depths lay a flicker of something else: resilience. The realization that even in his darkest hour, he had the power to influence, to inspire, perhaps even to redeem. With every passing moment, the tension in his heart grew heavier. The weight of his choices pressed down like an iron shackle. Yet amidst the shadows, there was a stirring, a longing for connection. The stories of others who had faced their fall echoed in his mind, tales of redemption that intertwined with his own. Joan of Arc, another figure cast into the depths of despair, who rose again in the flames of her own convictions. Prometheus, who stole fire from the gods for humanity, only to be chained and punished for eternity. Each figure bore the mark of the fallen angel, a testament to the resilience of the human spirit when faced with insurmountable odds. Amidst this turmoil, the fallen angel's story became an everlasting loop, intertwining with the fates of countless others. And as night fell, it became clear that though he may stand alone, he was never truly abandoned. The whispers of history and the cries of the present merged into a single, powerful narrative, one that would keep echoing through the corridors of time, inviting all who dared to listen into the complex dance of light and darkness. Each heartbeat resonated with the struggles and triumphs of those who, like him, fell but did not break. In the dim light of an ancient chamber, a single flickering candle casts a wavering shadow on the stone walls, whispering secrets of old. The air is thick with tension, as if the very walls hold their breath, anticipating the tale of rebellion that is about to unfold. In this place, where echoes of history linger, the name of Lucifer resonates, a name that has danced on the tongues of theologians, poets, and rebels alike. A figure often portrayed as the embodiment of evil, yet to others, he stands tall as a beacon of defiance against tyranny. Lucifer, once an angel of light, cast from heaven for daring to challenge authority, embodies the essence of rebellion. His story is not simply one of fall and exile. It is a profound commentary on the struggle against oppression and the fight for freedom. As the candle flickers, the shadows seem to morph into images of those who have stood against the tide, who have dared to question the status quo. The 16th century, with its fervent cries for religious reform, reverberates with the same spirit of resistance that Lucifer represents. Martin Luther, nailing his 95 Theses to a church door, becomes an echo of Lucifer's rebellion. Both figures defy the prevailing powers, seeking to illuminate the darkness with their truth. The tension in the room builds, each heartbeat synchronizing with the flickering flame. The people of that era, burdened by rigid doctrines and oppressive dogmas, yearned for change. Here, the figure of Lucifer emerges not as a monster, but as a champion for those oppressed by the weight of unfaltering authority. The revolutionaries of the time, much like the fallen angel, wrestled with their convictions, torn between loyalty to tradition and the urgent desire for liberation. This was not merely a battle against the church. It was a fight for the soul of humanity, a cry for the right to think, to feel, to rebel. As the shadows dance, they twist into images of countless souls who have risen against the chains of conformity. The French Revolution ignites a firestorm of rebellion, as the cries of liberté, égalité, fraternité rise to the heavens, mirroring Lucifer's own challenge to divine order. In every corner of Europe, the tension of rebellion hums through the air like a storm about to break. The guillotine stands tall, a grim reminder of the cost of defiance. Yet the people rally around the ideals of freedom and equality, principles that resonate deeply with Lucifer's own story. The candle flickers ominously, and the shadows shift once more, revealing the faces of those who have wielded Lucifer's legacy. A legacy that inspires not just the disenchanted, but also the brave. The Romantic poets, too, sensed this deeper truth, finding beauty in rebellion. Lord Byron, with his tempestuous verses, breathed life into the archetype of the rebel, romanticizing the struggle against oppressive forces. Each line captures the essence of a soul yearning for liberation, echoing Lucifer's own fall. a yearning that ignited the hearts of many to rise, to fight, to love fiercely in the face of adversity. But rebellion is not without its price. The candle flickers more violently as the narrative shifts to the darker corners of this ethics of rebellion. The same passion that fuels the fight for freedom can also lead to chaos and destruction. The Russian Revolution in the early 20th century exposes the brutal reality of rebellion gone awry. The idealism of the masses turns into a blood-soaked reality as tyranny takes new forms. Here, the spirit of Lucifer is not just a symbol of resistance, but also a stark reminder of the chaos that can ensue when the light is cast into darkness. The room seems to pulse with this energy, the shadows now embodying the haunting specters of history, the price of revolution, the toll of defiance. In this relentless cycle of rebellion, the question lingers: who truly embodies the spirit of Lucifer? Is it the one who seeks to uplift humanity from the depths of oppression? Or is it the one who revels in the chaos, losing sight of the original cause? The candle sputters, and the shadows shift once more, revealing the faces of leaders who have risen and fallen, all claiming the mantle of rebellion. They are warriors for justice, yet also tyrants in their own right, each a reflection of Lucifer, both light and dark intertwined in a complex dance. As the scene intensifies, the walls seem to close in, the very air charged with the weight of choice, the choice to rise or to fall. Each character in this tapestry of rebellion grapples with the ethics of their actions. The lingering question remains: is rebellion justified when born out of righteous anger, or does it ultimately lead to a cycle of violence and despair? The tension crackles like electricity, a palpable reminder that every choice creates ripples through time, affecting future generations in ways unseen. Amidst this turmoil, the flame of the candle flickers one last time, illuminating the faces of countless rebels who have come before, each a testament to the enduring spirit of Lucifer. Their stories weave together, forming a rich tapestry of hope, struggle, and defiance. The air is thick with emotion, a reminder that the fight against tyranny is eternal, and the figure of Lucifer will continue to inspire those who dare to challenge the darkness. And just as the shadows begin to fade, the flickering candle casts a final glow, hinting at the next chapter in this saga, the continuing journey of those who stand against oppression, who refuse to back down, who carry the torch of rebellion. The flickering light beckons, promising that the story is far from over, that the eternal struggle for freedom will echo through the ages, with Lucifer forever standing as a symbol of resistance against the forces of conformity. In a world where a single click can unleash a torrent of information, the notion of evil has shifted like shadows in the fading light. The hum of a computer, the glow of a smartphone screen, these modern devices have become the new mirrors reflecting humanity's darkest impulses. With every notification, every viral post, the boundaries of good and evil blur, leaving society tangled in a web of confusion and fear. Consider the moment a teenage girl, scrolling through her feed, stumbles upon a video of an act so brutal it sends chills down her spine. The intensity of that fleeting video, crafted to capture attention, ignites a whirlwind of emotions. Is it the act itself that is evil, or is it the way it is presented? The lines are no longer clear. The girl's heart races, her mind whirls with questions. She is both a witness and a participant in this strange new world where technology amplifies the sinister. In the Age of Enlightenment, the concept of evil was often tied to the supernatural or the will of deities. The witch hunts of the 16th and 17th centuries manifest that fear. Entire communities hunted those suspected of dark dealings, driven by the belief that evil was lurking in their midst. History shows how fear can twist societies, yet it was often local, isolated, and shrouded in mystery. Today, the reach of technology transforms that fear into a global spectacle, exposing humanity's flaws like never before. Consider the infamous case of the Boston Marathon bombing in 2013. As chaos erupted, the world watched in real time through smartphones and social media. News outlets broadcast the horror, but it was the immediate sharing of gruesome images that carved those moments into the public consciousness. The question of who was responsible became less about the individuals behind the act and more about the implications of how society reacted. Evil transformed from a personal struggle into a digital phenomenon, where hashtags became rallying cries and citizen sleuths scoured the internet for answers. The act was horrific, but the swarm of digital commentary, the endless loop of debate, turned the perception of evil into a spectacle, a performance on a grand stage. As technology evolved, so did the understanding of what it meant to be evil. The rise of the internet birthed a new breed of terror, the keyboard warriors. Anonymity became a shield. Behind it, people unleashed hate, threats, and vitriol that would have been deemed unacceptable in face-to-face interactions. The digital landscape, with its endless scrolling and echo chambers, nurtured a culture where cruelty could flourish, often without consequence. Take a step further into the abyss. The dark web, a hidden layer of the internet where illegal activities thrive. Here, the sale of stolen identities, drugs, and even contracts for harm occur, hidden away from the prying eyes of law enforcement. The very presence of such places reshapes the understanding of evil. It's no longer confined to individual acts. It has morphed into a system, a network where malevolence can be traded like currency. What was once a distant, abstract concept is now lurking at the fingertips of countless individuals. Yet, the most unsettling aspect of this technological transformation lies not in the acts of evil themselves, but in how easily they can be normalized. Think of the countless videos showing violence that flood social media, the notifications that ping like a heartbeat in a quiet room. With each view, the viewer desensitizes. They scroll past, their hearts barely skipping a beat. The horror becomes static, part of the daily noise, losing its power to shock. It's a chilling realization. What once horrified may soon become mundane. As the girl from earlier continues to scroll, she finds herself in a digital minefield. One moment, she's witnessing a viral dance challenge, the next, a news clip of a brutal crime. Her heart races, but now, there's a familiar numbness creeping in. This emotional roller coaster is a reflection of society at large, a collective grappling with the constant barrage of information that shapes their understanding of morality and evil. The mind can only take so much before it learns to shut down, turning away from the monstrous acts that now feel all too common. Even in entertainment, the influence of technology twists the narrative of good and evil. Television shows and movies flood screens with morally ambiguous characters, blurring the lines between hero and villain. Audiences cheer for anti-heroes, feeling empathy for their struggles, even as their actions grow darker. This is a society that is beginning to accept that evil isn't always clad in a black hat. Sometimes, it wears the face of a friend, a neighbor, a familiar character on their favorite show. As the evening deepens, the girl's reflection on her screen flickers. She's drawn into a conversation in the comments. A heated debate flares, and suddenly, the once innocent post transforms into a battlefield of ideologies. The voices blend into a cacophony where compassion is drowned out by rage. What had begun as a simple interaction morphs into a clash, echoing the age-old struggle between good and evil, but now amplified by the technology that connects and divides. The shadows of doubt creep in as she types her response, her fingers trembling over the keyboard. She recognizes the power of words, the weight they carry in this digital age. The truth looms heavy. It's not just the actions that define evil. It's the conversations surrounding them. Each post, each comment, each share adds to the collective perception of morality. In this era, evil is no longer a distant concept, but an ever-present specter, fueled by technology, shaped by society's reactions, and fed by the emotional outlets of millions of individuals. The girl sits back, her heart conflicted, as she realizes the profound truth. The perception of evil is not just what happens in the shadows, but what we allow to flourish in the light. In this swirling storm of chaos and connection, the modern narrative of good and evil continues to evolve, unearthing layers that demand exploration and understanding. As the night deepens, the glow of her screen casts shadows across the room, echoing the complexities of a world where technology has become both a mirror and a magnifier of the human soul. In a quiet corner of the world, a candle flickered against the darkness, casting restless shadows on the wall. The air was thick with tension, heavy with whispers of ancient tales. Legends once painted Lucifer as the embodiment of evil, a villain lurking in the depths of our imaginations. But just as the flame dances and shifts, so too have the narratives surrounding this enigmatic figure begun to transform, reshaping the very essence of what he represents. In the depths of history, Lucifer was cast from heaven, banished for daring to question the authority of the Almighty. The story unfolded in the splendor of the celestial realm, where angels sang and a hierarchy reigned supreme. But as the ages passed, the tale morphed into something darker, a cautionary fable meant to instill fear. The echoes of his rebellion resonated through the corridors of time, marking him as the archetype of all that is contrary to divine will. Yet, as humanity evolved, so too did its perceptions. The Renaissance brought forth a spark of enlightenment, where artists and thinkers began to re-examine age-old beliefs. In the canvases of that time, we see a stark contrast to the dark depictions of the past. Milton's Paradise Lost painted Lucifer not merely as a devil, but as the tragic hero, a being caught in the throes of despair, yearning for freedom. The grandiosity of his rebellion became a reflection of humanity's own struggles, seeking autonomy, questioning authority, and grappling with the moral complexities of right and wrong. As the centuries rolled on, the illustration of Lucifer became a canvas for diverse interpretations. The Enlightenment stirred a pot of ideas, challenging traditional views and encouraging individuals to think critically. The very notion of good and evil started to blur, and in that fog, Lucifer emerged as a symbol of rebellion, a complex character straddling the line between light and dark. No longer just a figure of fear, he became a mirror reflecting humanity's own dilemmas. The insatiable quest for knowledge, the desire to break free from chains, and the struggle against oppression. In the modern age, the narrative has shifted again, stirring even stronger emotions. Cinema and literature began to breathe new life into the character, crafting stories where Lucifer was not just a villain, but a misunderstood rebel. Shows like Lucifer transformed him into a charming antihero, a character grappling with his identity, seeking redemption and purpose. The audience felt the weight of his journey, resonating with his flaws and desires. This new interpretation ignited hope, reflecting the universal struggle for acceptance and love. People began to empathize with his plight, feeling the pang of longing that radiated from his every action. Yet, amid this transformation, a question lingered in the air. What does the future hold for Lucifer? As societies grapple with their own identities, the narratives around him will continue to evolve. In an era where inclusivity and acceptance are championed, Lucifer may emerge as a symbol of resilience, embodying the fight against marginalization. His struggle for recognition could parallel the voices of those who have been silenced throughout history. Amidst burgeoning social movements, the figure of Lucifer could represent the fight for justice, a testament that rebellion can take many forms. He could become a beacon for those who dare to challenge the status quo, a reminder that questioning authority is vital for progress. This new wave of storytelling may strip away the layers of villainy, revealing a character more aligned with the human experience, flawed yet courageous, lost yet searching. The colorful tapestry of future narratives may weave in threads of hope and healing, exploring the complexities of acceptance and transformation. With every retelling, there's a palpable sense of urgency, as if the world is on the brink of a revelation. As the candle flickers, illuminating forgotten corners of history, whispers of untold stories stir in the air. Voices of the past echo anew, urging humanity to reflect on its own struggles and fears. Behind every character is a choice, and Lucifer, a figure both adored and abhorred, stands at a crossroads. The weight of history rests heavy on his shoulders, but perhaps it is this very burden that makes him relatable. The journey of self-discovery is rarely linear. It is filled with twists and turns, triumphs and failures. The emotional resonance of his narrative invites us to peel back the layers, to confront our own darkness, and to find the light within. As the world shifts, the stories of yesteryear become stepping stones to new realities. The future of Lucifer may not just be about a mythical figure, but about the collective struggle of humanity, about carving a path in a world that often seeks to silence dissent. The flickering candle reveals more than just shadows. it unveils the potential for change, for a narrative that embraces complexity and challenges monotony. The ancient tales may serve as a warning, but in their retelling, they offer a profound lesson. That understanding the layers of one's identity is the first step toward healing. The future is a canvas, and with every stroke of imagination, a new chapter emerges. As each flicker of the flame dances, it holds the promise of narratives yet to be told, stories that will shape the collective consciousness in ways yet unimagined. In this evolving saga, Lucifer stands poised at the helm of a new narrative, a character who embodies the hope of reconciliation and the power of transformation. And so, as shadows writhe and stories intertwine, the air remains charged with anticipation. The future of Lucifer is not merely a question of good and evil. It is a profound exploration of the human experience, a reflection of our own journeys through darkness and light. With each heartbeat, the tale presses forward, an unfinished symphony urging us to listen closely, to feel deeply, and to embrace the complexities that bind us all. A flicker of candlelight danced across the ancient stone walls, illuminating the shadows that whispered secrets of a forgotten past. In that dimly lit chamber, tales of rebellion and enlightenment lingered, stories of a being who dared to defy the celestial order. Lucifer, the morning star, once revered for his brilliance, became a symbol both feared and misunderstood. This mythology, rich with layers of meaning, stitched together the fabric of countless souls through the centuries, shaping thoughts, actions, and an endless quest for understanding. Echoes of the past reverberated through the ages. In the early days of Christianity, Lucifer was cast as the ultimate villain, a fallen angel whose grand ambition turned to hubris. Yet, this portrayal was not merely a tale of good versus evil. It was the beginning of a psychological struggle within humanity. People grappled with the notion of authority and rebellion, freedom and oppression. The image of Lucifer, cloaked in darkness yet burning with the light of knowledge, began to weave itself into the consciousness of those who sought more than dogma. The myth took root in the imaginations of poets and philosophers, igniting a spark that would fuel the Enlightenment. Thinkers like Milton in Paradise Lost granted a voice to Lucifer, painting him not just as a villain but as a tragic figure, a complex entity yearning for truth and individuality. This portrayal resonated deeply within the hearts of those who felt constrained by societal norms. The emotional weight of his rebellion echoed in the minds of countless individuals who felt trapped in the rigid structures of their lives. As the centuries rolled on, the impact of Luciferian mythology morphed into something more profound. Artists began to capture his essence in breathtaking paintings and stirring compositions, embedding the narrative into the cultural psyche. The Romantic poets, with their fierce longing for personal freedom, found in Lucifer a muse, a representation of the struggle against conformity. Each stroke of the brush, each line of verse, became a testament to humanity's yearning for liberation from the shackles of tradition and the pain of unfulfilled potential. Yet, alongside this glorification of rebellion, an unsettling tension brewed. The darker aspects of the mythology emerged like the shadows that flickered in the candlelight. Fear of the unknown crept into the hearts of those who dared to draw too close to the flame. The idea that knowledge could bring enlightenment, yet also destruction, played a relentless game within the minds of believers and skeptics alike. The duality of Lucifer as both a harbinger of light and a figure of darkness reflected the internal battles that raged in countless souls, a dichotomy that fueled anxiety and intrigue. Fear and fascination intertwined like tendrils of smoke. The fear of being cast out, of being branded as an outcast, gripped the hearts of many. There were those who saw Lucifer as a representation of ultimate freedom, but for others, he embodied the chaos that could unravel society. The psychological impact of these conflicting ideologies could not be understated. People found themselves torn between the desire to break free and the instinct to conform, creating a tension that persisted through generations. In modern times, the echoes of Lucifer's mythology continue to resonate. The rise of counterculture movements and the quest for self-identity, particularly during the tumultuous 20th century, breathed new life into this ancient narrative. Young rebels and seekers of truth turned to Lucifer as a symbol of defiance against the status quo. Music, art, and literature thrived with references and interpretations that celebrated the spirit of rebellion while grappling with the peril of alienation. The emotional roller coaster of liberation felt both thrilling and terrifying, a balancing act that left many teetering on the edge of despair and enlightenment. As psychological studies emerged, the link between myth and mental health became clearer. The concept of the Lucifer effect, popularized by social psychologists, illustrated how ordinary people could commit extraordinary evils when influenced by oppressive systems. The mythology of Lucifer served as a mirror reflecting the struggles of humanity, the urge to rebel against oppression, yet the risk of becoming what one despises. This duality ignited both fear and fascination, locking individuals in an eternal dance with their own psyche. In the solitude of their thoughts, many found themselves wrestling with their own identities, their own aspirations, and their own darkness. The weight of expectations, both internal and external, pushed them toward the brink. The allure of forbidden knowledge, much like the forbidden fruit in Eden, was tantalizing yet terrifying. Would they, too, be cast from the heavenly heights into the abyss? This question gnawed at the minds of countless seekers, creating a psychological turmoil that mirrored the eternal conflict of the myth itself. Within the depths of this turmoil lay the potential for transformation. Those who dared to embrace their inner Lucifer, who navigated the tension between light and dark, often emerged with newfound clarity. As they faced their fears, the shadows that lurked within began to reshape into something more powerful, an understanding of self that transcended mere rebellion. They realized that embracing one's complexity could lead to profound insights, igniting a fire that burned brightly against the encroaching darkness. And so, the story continues to unfold, layers upon layers of myth and psychology entwined in an intricate dance. The tale of Lucifer, the bringer of light, remains a living testament to the dual nature of humanity. The constant struggle between conformity and rebellion, knowledge and ignorance, acceptance and defiance. The lingering question persists: can one navigate this labyrinth of the psyche without losing oneself? Each soul must answer that call in their own way, forever entangled in the rich, emotionally charged tapestry of Luciferian mythology. The flickering shadows danced on the walls of a dim room, their shapes distorting and morphing like the very essence of doubt and temptation. A chill crept up the spine, whispering the name Lucifer with a voice that echoed through the ages. Across continents and cultures, the figure of Lucifer has donned many masks, each telling a story steeped in history, belief, and raw human emotion. In ancient Mesopotamia, he was known as the morning star, shining one, a radiant deity whose light heralded the dawn. To the Sumerians, this figure was not merely a symbol of rebellion but a beacon of knowledge and enlightenment. They revered him, understanding that to seek wisdom often meant to tread the fine line between light and dark. Yet, as time moved forward, this icon transformed. He became the embodiment of defiance in the face of tyranny, a tragic hero who dared to challenge the heavens. In the grand halls of ancient Greece, whispers of Lucifer morphed into the tales of Prometheus, the titan who stole fire from the gods to gift it to humanity. His punishment was severe, yet it only fueled the flames of admiration among mortals. The Greeks celebrated this act of rebellion, portraying Prometheus not as a villain, but as a champion of humanity's quest for knowledge. The duality of such figures, light bringers turned pariahs, resonated deeply in the hearts of those who felt the weight of oppression. Fast forward to medieval Europe, where the narrative shifted dramatically. The Church, with its iron grip on morality, painted Lucifer as the ultimate villain. This was a time of darkness, where fear ruled the hearts of many. The fiery pits of hell were envisioned vividly in art and literature, serving as stark warnings of the consequences of straying from the righteous path. Yet, in the shadows of this grim portrayal, some began to see him as a misunderstood spirit, a tragic figure eternally cast out, longing for acceptance. Gothic literature, with its haunting elegance, began to give voice to this perspective. In stories like Paradise Lost, Milton's Lucifer became a complex character, wrestling with his own identity and fate, leading readers to question whether the line between good and evil is as clear as once thought. Meanwhile, in the far reaches of the East, cultures began to weave their own narratives around the idea of Lucifer. In Hindu mythology, the concept of light and dark plays a crucial role in understanding the universe. Figures such as Ravana, often demonized for his actions, were also celebrated for their wisdom and power. The duality of good and evil resides within them as they navigate their destinies. Such tales echoed across the ages, reminding listeners that darkness is not simply to be feared, but understood. As centuries rolled on, the Romantic poets of the 18th and 19th centuries resurrected this complex view of Lucifer. They found beauty in his rebellion and saw in him the embodiment of human aspiration. Lord Byron, with his brooding heroes, reflected the yearning for freedom and self-expression, embodying Lucifer's spirit in his verses. Here was a character who didn't conform, who broke the chains of societal expectations, provoking feelings of admiration even in those who should detest him. In the Americas, the cultural tapestry grew richer as diverse influences blended. African, indigenous, and European traditions collided, merging the story of Lucifer with local folklore. Lucero, the morning star, became a symbol of both hope and despair. In the lush jungles of Central America, tales emerged of a trickster god, a figure who played both sides, illustrating the constant struggle between light and dark. These stories resonated deeply in communities where survival hinged on navigating perilous waters, both literal and metaphorical. In modern times, as society wrestles with the complexities of identity and morality, Lucifer's portrayal continues to evolve. In contemporary media, he frequently emerges as a charismatic anti-hero, challenging the status quo and revealing the flaws within established systems. Television shows like Lucifer present him not just as a being of darkness, but as a character on a quest for redemption, searching for meaning in a world that often feels chaotic and unjust. This portrayal strikes a chord with audiences, tapping into a deep-seated desire for understanding and compassion, even for those who have strayed far from the light. Art reflects this ongoing exploration. Paintings and sculptures have captured him in both moments of glory and despair, with artists expressing the complexity of his character. The brush strokes tell stories of admiration and revulsion, a dance between light and shadow that evokes passion within the viewer. The beauty of his fall is celebrated, a testament to the eternal struggle of the human spirit against the confines of fate and expectation. Yet, as the narrative continues to shift, the question remains, who is Lucifer really? Is he the harbinger of darkness, the embodiment of rebellion, or merely a reflection of humanity's own fears and desires? Each culture, with its unique lens, adds layers to this timeless figure, inviting endless conversation and contemplation. In this vast tapestry, where history intertwines with mythology and belief, the essence of Lucifer endures. He stands at the crossroads of good and evil, beckoning societies to confront their own shadows and illuminate the paths not yet traveled. With each retelling, the complexity deepens, leaving a trail of goosebumps and a sense of awe, a reminder that the stories we tell about him are, in many ways, a mirror reflecting our deepest truths and fears. Lucifer, the fallen angel, once a beacon of light, now cloaked in shadows, continues to cast a long, haunting shadow over human history. His name evokes fear and fascination, a paradox that echoes through the ages. It isn't merely a figure from sacred texts. He is morphed into an enduring symbol of rebellion, temptation, and the eternal struggle between good and evil. In every whisper of his name, there lies a pulse of emotion, a rush of excitement mixed with trepidation, connecting generations through an unbroken thread of myth and belief. In ancient times, the story of Lucifer began with brilliance, a radiant being who resided among the heavenly choir. He was not just an angel. He was a masterpiece of creation, a creature of unparalleled beauty, destined to lead. Yet, the very qualities that made him admirable became the seeds of his downfall. Pride took root in his heart, and with it, the desire to usurp the throne of heaven. The rebellion was swift, and his fall from grace was as spectacular as it was tragic. Cast out, he plummeted from the heavens, transforming from a figure of light into the very embodiment of darkness. The echoes of his tale ripple through history, appearing in countless cultures and traditions. In the lands of the ancient Mesopotamians, a similar figure named Lugalbanda was revered, a king who faced both divine and earthly trials. As stories morphed and shifted, Lucifer's character evolved, embodying the fears and aspirations of people across different eras. The myth surrounding him became a tapestry woven with threads of human emotion. Fear, hope, rebellion, and ultimately, the quest for understanding. In medieval Europe, the image of Lucifer transformed yet again. The church painted him as the ultimate adversary, the prince of darkness who led souls astray. With every sermon that spoke of hellfire, his name struck terror into the hearts of the faithful. People envisioned him as a grotesque figure, a monstrous shadow lurking at the edges of their lives, waiting to pounce. But beneath this veneer of horror lay an intoxicating allure, the idea that he, too, had once tasted the joys of divine love and beauty. This duality, this tragic figure, became a subject of fascination in art and literature, inspiring works that portrayed him not as a mere villain but as a complex character with depth and emotion. As the Renaissance dawned, the perspective shifted once more. Artists like John Milton, through his epic Paradise Lost, gave voice to Lucifer's anguish, portraying him as a tragic hero, a symbol of the struggle against oppressive authority. This portrayal resonated deeply, igniting the embers of rebellion within the hearts of those who felt stifled by societal constraints. Suddenly, Lucifer was not only a figure of fear but also a beacon for those who dared to defy the status quo. The allure of his spirit became a rallying cry for the disenfranchised, a cry for freedom that echoed through the ages. By the time the Enlightenment swept across Europe, the image of Lucifer had evolved yet again. Intellectuals and philosophers began to see him as a symbol of reason and enlightenment, a figure who questioned dogma and sought knowledge. The Romantic poets embraced him, casting him as a misunderstood genius fighting against a world of conformity. The narrative grew more complex, intertwining with the aspirations of humanity to break free from chains of ignorance. With every retelling, Lucifer became a figure of inspiration rather than just fear, a symbol of the eternal quest for truth. In the modern era, his legacy continues to thrive. Movies, novels, and music have breathed new life into his myth, reflecting the complexities of contemporary society. The rise of secularism allowed for a reimagining of old tales, where Lucifer was often depicted as a charming rogue, a figure who challenged the conventions of morality. The line between good and evil blurred, and in this ambiguity, people found a strange sense of freedom. His name was whispered in the corners of pop culture, from music that celebrated rebellion to TV shows that humanized the once demonized figure. Yet, despite this shift, a lingering unease remained. The ancient myths still held their grip on the human psyche, a reminder that darkness was never far away. The tales of temptation and moral conflict resonated painfully in the hearts of those grappling with their own demons. Even in a world of science and reason, the fear of the unknown, the shadow lurking beneath the surface, still gripped the soul. As new belief systems emerged in the form of spirituality and alternative religions, Lucifer found himself reimagined yet again. He represented not just opposition to traditional faith, but also a symbol of self-discovery, a guide for those navigating the murky waters of modern life. In occult practices, he became a figure of empowerment for those seeking to break away from the restraints imposed by society. The allure of Satanism, often misunderstood, offered a path of self-acceptance and liberation for many, reflecting the ongoing struggle between light and dark within the human spirit. The legacy of Lucifer is more than just a series of stories. It is a mirror reflecting the complexities of human emotions, desires, and fears. His presence is a constant reminder of the choices we face every day, between conformity and rebellion, acceptance and defiance. As each generation spins its own narrative, the threads of his story remain interwoven in the fabric of our lives, a testament to the enduring nature of myth and belief. Through the ages, as history unfolds, the legacy of the fallen angel continues to pulse with life, beckoning us to confront our own shadows while reminding us of the light that exists within us all. A cold wind swept through the ancient streets of Rome, where the whispers of long-dead emperors lingered like shadows. It was here, amid the crumbling stone and fading frescoes, that stories of Lucifer took root, evolving from the echoing halls of myth to the heart of religious doctrine. The very name conjured images of rebellion and defiance, a figure forever cast as the villain in a story that has captivated humanity for centuries. Once, he was known as the Morning Star, a beautiful angel, brilliant and radiant, embodying everything divine. In the early texts, Lucifer was not merely a being of darkness. He was a symbol of enlightenment, an allegory for knowledge and free will. The enchanting tales of his grace and brilliance were wrapped in layers of history, stretching back to the ancient civilizations that revered the sun and light. In those times, he was akin to Prometheus, stealing fire from the gods to bring to humanity, igniting a spark of thought that would change the course of existence. As centuries turned, and the dawn of Christianity arose, the lens through which Lucifer was viewed began to shift. The Church sought to solidify its power, and the angelic figure who once represented enlightenment became a cautionary tale, a warning against the dangers of hubris and pride. The same voice that once sang praises now hissed of betrayal. The scriptures, laden with moral lessons, painted him as the ultimate antagonist, the serpent in the Garden of Eden, forever banished from grace. The weight of this transformation was heavy, transforming what was once a being of light into the embodiment of evil. During the Middle Ages, the imagery of Lucifer morphed further under the influence of art and literature. Dante Alighieri's Inferno presented him as a monstrous figure imprisoned in ice, a far cry from his former celestial glory. This depiction fed into a growing fear of the unknown and the supernatural. The very mention of his name sent shivers down spines, igniting tales of witches, demons, and dark rituals. Humanity grappled with the battle between good and evil, and Lucifer became not merely a character in a story, but a representation of mankind's darkest fears. In the flickering candlelight of dimly lit chapels, whispers of exorcisms and tales of possession became common, entwining his narrative with the very fabric of societal anxiety. In this tumultuous dance of light and shadow, Renaissance thinkers began to reclaim Lucifer's story. They saw in him not just a fallen angel but a figure of rebellion against tyranny, a champion of free thought in a world constrained by dogma. John Milton's Paradise Lost breathed new life into his character, portraying him with tragic depth. The reader could sense the anguish and longing in his defiance, the struggle for autonomy against a perceived tyranny. He became a tragic hero, a figure who, despite his fall from grace, still inspired those who dared to challenge the status quo. The heart of the story thrummed with tension as he proclaimed, "Better to reign in hell than serve in heaven." The words echoed through the corridors of time, igniting a flame in the hearts of those who dared to dream of freedom. The Age of Enlightenment further shifted perceptions, as rational thought began to challenge ancient dogmas. Writers, poets, and philosophers saw in Lucifer a symbol of the human spirit, one that craved knowledge, questioned authority, and sought to break free from the chains of ignorance. The Romantic poets romanticized his rebellion, casting him as a misunderstood genius, a tragic figure whose quest was not merely for power but for truth. They painted him in strokes of passion and despair, making him a figure of beauty, lost yet eternally striving. As the Industrial Revolution swept across the globe, the face of Lucifer morphed yet again. He became an emblem of the modern age, a symbol of ambition and the relentless pursuit of progress. In the flickering glow of gas lamps, he stood as a figure of the counterculture, an advocate for individuality against the backdrop of an increasingly mechanized world. Writers like Shelley and Byron explored the duality of man, the tension between light and dark, capturing the essence of a society grappling with its newfound power and the consequences of its actions. But as the 20th century dawned, so too did the complexities of human nature. Fascism and totalitarianism cast long shadows, and Lucifer's story intertwined with the fears and aspirations of a world at war. In literature and film, he emerged as the embodiment of rebellion against oppressive systems, a complex figure who resonated with those feeling trapped by circumstance. From the pages of George Orwell to the screen in films like The Devil's Advocate, He became a symbol of both despair and hope, a reflection of the struggle for identity in a rapidly changing world. In the 21st century, the evolution of Lucifer's narrative continues unabated. Pop culture has embraced him in myriad forms, from television series that explore his character with humor and depth to graphic novels that reimagine his story in vibrant, defiant hues. He is transformed from a one-dimensional villain into a multifaceted character, exploring themes of redemption, love, and the eternal quest for belonging. The boundaries of good and evil blur as the lines between hero and villain dissolve, leaving audiences questioning their own moral compass. Yet, as the world spins on its axis, the essential struggle remains the same. The story of Lucifer, rich with historical layers and emotional depth, invites reflection on humanity's own choices, the battle between light and dark, freedom and oppression, love and hatred. Each retelling adds to the tapestry of his existence, ensuring that he will never be forgotten, forever etched in the collective consciousness. With every new interpretation, the tension builds, the emotions surge, and the echoes of his past resonate in the hearts of those who dare to listen. The tale of Lucifer is not merely a story of fall and redemption. It is a mirror reflecting the very essence of what it means to be human, an eternal dance of shadows and light. And as the sun sets and the stars begin to twinkle in the night sky, the story continues, unfurling across the pages of history, waiting for the next chapter to be written.